Hey guys, welcome to Wrestling Days and welcome to Wrestling Days Live. We are live for WWE Raw. I hope everyone out there is well and has had a good weekend. We are live for what promises to be a very entertaining show. We've got a few things to go through, a few things to talk about, a little bit in the news. Obviously nothing as massive as that Vince McMahon news that broke just before the weekend. That's still dominating headlines at the moment. So that still very much is the topic of conversation. But yes, we do have some massive news in regards to what we can expect tonight. And what we can expect tonight is the return of the Beast. Brock Lesnar is back on Raw tonight, and that is going to obviously be a big moment, a big segment, something to very much look forward to. So we've got Brock Lesnar returning. As well as that, we do have a Raw Women's Championship match. We've got Bianca taking on Carmella for the Raw Women's Championship, which is a little bit strange, considering they did face each other for that championship not that long ago. But they are going to face again, and that match is going down tonight. And we've also got Rey Mysterio taking on Finn Balor. Rey Mysterio versus Finn Balor. That one, obviously, could be an opportunity for us to see this new version of Edge. We've seen the vignettes. Surely Edge is going to do something at SummerSlam. So, you know, if we're going to get something for SummerSlam and it's going to be Edge against Finn Balor, tonight would be a good night for him to make his presence felt. We have been seeing those vignettes. The vignettes have been slightly different each time, but nothing too adventurous. Plenty of fan theories out there in regards to what some of the imagery could mean that's in them. But, yeah, tonight could be the night where we don't need to question anything anymore. We might actually get some answers. There's no rumors or anything like that. No rumors as to who it could be or what it could be in regards to his new gimmick. We do expect it to be dark. I don't know if he'll be alone. We don't know if we're going to see him tonight, to be honest, but it's got to be soon because obviously we are building towards SummerSlam, and SummerSlam is not that far away. Hayden, hello, my friend. Hope you are well. Hayden says, hello, how are you doing? I'm doing well, man. Doing well. Fun weekend. A big shout out to everyone that joined us for the UFC stream. We did a whole new layout for that. I really am trying to find different ways of making the channel, kind of upgrading the channel, really. I think things haven't gone stale. I don't know if I'd use the word stale, but they've been the same for a long time. And definitely want to be pushing things forward into the second part of 2022. As you can see, we've got the new layout, which debuted last week. So we've got that. We've got a new post-show tonight as well, which I'm really excited about. So brand new post-show coming up, and it's actually upgraded it to a slower upload speed. So I've actually made it worse. Even though I've gone from 4G to 5G, I've actually managed to make it worse, which is, it's a skill. I think we can all agree that that is a skill. So, yes, hopefully that will fix it. Gaming in real time, shout out to you, said, just going to say that the lag is bad, hopefully resolved now, bad. Hopefully it's sorted. Wrestle with Andy, hello, hope you are well, buds. Erased Mind said it is awesome work. I appreciate it. So, yeah, I don't know what you picked up there, what you missed out on. Let me just quickly blast through what I just said. So, Brock Lesnar returns tonight. Bianca and Carmella tonight, which is a little bit strange because it is for the Raw Women's Championship. We did see that match at Money in the Bank. They're doing it again tonight. Obviously, there could be, some interference there. In fact, how is that for the Raw Women's Championship? I think it's for a shot at the Raw Women's Championship. No, or is it? I mean, Bianca's still Raw Women's Champion, isn't she? I tell you, the Liv picking up the SmackDown title has really confused me because, like, she's a Raw superstar, but she's got the SmackDown title, and I actually don't know what brand she's moved to yet. I don't know if she's moved over to SmackDown or if we're going to see her tonight, so yeah, a real confusion around all this, but Bianca Carmella for the Raw Women's Championship. Rey Mysterio taking on Finn Balor. As I was saying earlier, we may see Edge finally arrive in that. So we could get something there, and obviously, as we said, Brock Lesnar. The thing that I did mention earlier is that we are going to do a new post-show. Before I jump into the chat, start talking about news and everything, we are going to do a new post-show. The reason for that is because I do get a lot of people asking me, what did you think of Raw and all this kind of stuff. And it's quite clear to me that people don't watch these streams unless they watch them live. Like, we get a lot of live viewers, which is fantastic, but I don't think too many people are jumping into these streams after they're finished. So, like, we talk about a lot of stuff in here. So I would really like to pull some of that stuff out and have it in a separate video. And so it just makes sense for us to end the stream as soon as the show is over. And then what we'll do is we'll move the review part of it into its own stream. So we are still doing what we normally do. In fact, we're going to do a little bit more of it. Normally, we're only here till about 1:15. Now we're going to be here till about 1/2 But that half an hour, that 20 to 30 minutes, that will now live in its own stream. And yeah, the plan is that scores, everything like that will be moved over there. A whole breakdown of the show will be moved over there as well. Obviously, we're going to be talking about it as it's going along. So I don't want you to think that we're just going to like sit here in silence for 3 hours, 4 hours. We're going to do exactly what we always do during this stream, apart from the very end. Once the show ends, we will end and we will go to a separate stream. So that's the reason for it. I have had a few people asking why we were looking to do a separate stream. Daily reminder that Liv is champion, says to boy123. Liv is champion. Hope you are well, buds. Harvey said, I was looking on when Taker said never say never. I think he's got one more in him and it could be a Saudi show. Airflow Games says, are you doing United versus Liverpool? No. Not at the moment. I don't think we will, to be honest. Wouldn't it be easier to make a video of you wanting more of a community chat than a video? Wouldn't it be easier to make a video? Or are you wanting more of a community chat than a video? To be honest, it doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, I could do it as a video and just record it in one take as soon as the show's ended, or I can do it as a stream whereby it will allow you guys to kind of share your thoughts. You see, I think streams are better because it allows you guys to kind of communicate with each other and it has a better dialogue. If you do it as a video, then the only way that you lot can really communicate is in the comments. And, once you've put your comment down, there's probably a good chance you're moving on to a different video, which is understandable and absolutely fine, but it doesn't really have much dialogue. So I think I like the idea of the stream for that reason. The other thing as well is because I want to actually use your scores live on that stream. I'm trying to find a different way of doing a poll, because the poll that we do in the chat is very limited, and I want more options for you. And I think I might have a way, but I've never tried it before, and I don't know if it's going to work. I'm just going to be honest. It could crash and burn. If it crashes and burns, it doesn't really matter. But if it works, I might have a better way of getting your scores, and it'll give you all the options. Like, you could vote 9.5, 925, 9, 875, 8.5, 825, 8, 775, 7.5, 7257, 675, 6 point. Do you know what I mean? Like, normally now it's like 8 to 10, 7 to 7.5. Like, the parameters have to be quite wide because the setup only allows you 4 options. I might have a new way of getting like 20, but we'll have to wait and see how it goes. A lot of this, bear with me, is going to be trial and error, and I'm sure you understand that. But yeah, I'm quite excited to see where it could lead. really, it's not so much about right now. It's more like, where will we be in a couple of months? That's kind of how I'm thinking about it. So we'll see. We'll see. The whole thing could crash and burn, right? And then maybe it is going to be better that we do it as a video, but we'll see. SummerSlam, in theory, could be a great show, says Hoff Sports Media. Like, I hear a lot of people upset at the idea of Theory walking out with 3 belts, but now I want to see it because they'll be upset, says Hoff Sports Media. Primo said, do you mind briefly talk about Natalya? No, Sal. No, I don't mind. I've actually got it down, so I've got Rhea Heart Monitor, I've got Natalya, I've got Vince, which we can touch on. There's not really any more news, but it is still the biggest story that's out there. But yeah, we can absolutely talk about Natalya. So I don't know if you saw this news, but Natalya gets pinned at a house show. I believe this was Saturday night. She gets pinned, flatliner by Liv. Liv rolls her over. 1, 2, 3. As soon as the 3 count is hit, Natalya pops up. I mean, it's not like she just gets her shoulder up and gets up and looks a bit groggy, or there is 0 selling, right? It's 1, 2, 3, and as soon as the 3 is counted, she is up and berating Liv Morgan. Like, she actually, like, finger pointing and is saying something, which you can't hear what is being said. But, you know, she's saying something to Liv. Don't know what it is. No news as to what it is. Apparently, rumors are they worked a show, I don't know if it was Sunday, but apparently, like, whatever it was, it feels like it's in the past now. And so, clearly something was not great between them. And Natalya, I've always held as, like, the consummate professional. I've always regarded Natalya as being the person that you would look up to. If you was new in the business and you wanted to learn the ropes and you wanted to learn how to conduct yourself and you wanted to be seen as being that consummate professional, just doing whatever is asked of you, trying to make the best out of it, maybe not always getting great creative, but trying to make it work, and, you know, having some championship runs, but also, you know, putting other people over and trying to work with young talent and blah, 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 blah. I mean, she's been on Total Divas, so she's done that side of it. She's been around for so long, you know, she's been a valet. She's been a champion. She's been a tag champion. She's been down in NXT. I mean, she has been absolutely everywhere. And so for her, of all people, to kind of do that no-sell and pop up the way that she did, and kind of finger pointing, and immediately rolls out the ring and walks away, just walks off, and really seems upset. Seems like something happened that really got to her. Don't know what it is. It'd be really interesting to find out what it is. I definitely don't think you need to make a mountain out of a molehill. I would imagine a lot of these things happen on quite a regular basis. It's just that you don't expect it from Natalya. And obviously we live in a world now where everyone is filming everything. But, yeah, I mean, look, if you had footage of house shows going all the way back through WWF history, I'd imagine this is something that popped up every now and again. There might have been a bit of a potato in there. Might have been something that was a little bit snug. Some spot might have got messed up. She might have, who knows? I really don't know. But I don't think it's a mountain. Let's put it that way. I don't think that this is a massive thing. I think that whatever it was more than likely sorted backstage. And as I said, rumors are it was sorted and they did go on to work another match afterwards. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But I'm not expecting any repercussion from it. There was talk that she'd gone onto Twitter and tweeted thank you to Liv Morgan and then deleted it. So I don't know what that means either. So, you know, going to Twitter to say thank you and then deleting it. I mean, is that a sarcastic thank you? Again, I've not seen any further detail. I don't think anyone's got any further detail because I think we're all just seeing the same footage. But I think for me, it's not so much that it happened. It's more that it was Natalya that was involved. Because, as I said, she's just that consummate professional. I really do hold her in high regard. And this hasn't changed that because I don't know what's happened. But, you know, of all the people to expect it from. She would be right at the bottom of my list. So yeah, hopefully nothing more than that. Primo said it did make Liv's finisher look weak to the point of ridiculous. If it was a triple threat at SummerSlam, Natalya got pinned with the same finisher. To be honest though, I don't think Natalya is thinking that at that time. You know, you've got to remember this is a house show. It's not being broadcast. Yes, you've always got to know that you're being filmed. But I think in that moment where you know it's a house show, if something's happened whereby, you know, a few things during the match have been messed up or a couple of shots have been really snug, do you know what I mean? I mean, there's every chance that she's been hit with something and she's not appreciated it and then got hit with something later in the match and really not appreciated it. And, you know, as we said, like, as soon as the match has ended, she's got it rolled out and, you know, gone off in a bit of a huff. So, as I said, I don't expect it to have any repercussions. And I certainly would not expect her to have that reaction when the cameras are rolling. I think what you see there is very much frustrations coming to the boil during a house show because she knows it's a house show. And so, dare I say that professionalism switch was maybe turned off a little bit. But listen, if it's SummerSlam and you know that millions are watching around the world, I really would not expect Natalya to have that reaction. So, it's noteworthy. It's noteworthy. And as I said, you just don't expect it from Natalya. But we don't know what happened to get that reaction. And equally, I don't want to make a massive deal out of it. It's worth talking about, but no, I wouldn't be like going down the roads of, oh my God, there's been a big falling out, one of them's going to leave. If Natalya's going to do that at a pay-per-view or anything like that, I don't think she does that at a pay-per-view. I just think that whatever's happened during that match has clearly resulted in some frustration. Harvey said, save this comment 6 months from now. Cody is going to win the Rumble, says Harvey. Hazza said, I don't know if you heard, but apparently WWE want to keep Edge's new theme permanent until he retires, which I'm totally against. However, I prefer his original thoughts. Look, listen, plans change all the time, so I really won't worry about it. I think if there is a report out there saying that WWE want to keep Edge's current theme, I really wouldn't worry about that. That isn't something that would play on my mind, because I think that whilst he's in this darker character, it's probably right that he has this darker theme. But I think that once this character's run its course, or once Edge feels that he needs, like, to go back to his original persona, which I'm sure he will, even if it's a case that he retires and comes back for like a Rumble appearance or a one-off WrestleMania appearance or whatever it might be, you think you know me, I'm sure that will blare out at least one more time. So, plans change. This might be where their heads are at the moment, but we'll see. 50/50 TV said they could turn it into a screw job angle. They love redoing it, and that might be a punishment. Aaron said, I think Vince thinks Brock is the only one that could beat Roman. That's an interesting point. Aaron, I hope you are well. Gaming with Fishy said, I've just joined. Who is on the card tonight? So tonight we've got Brock Lesnar returning. Big segment. We've got Bianca and Carmella for the WWE Raw Women's Championship. And we've got Rey Mysterio against Finn Balor. And as we said, that's pretty big because that does sort of hint towards the potential return of Edge. We've seen those vignettes since Money in the Bank. It's been a couple of weeks. And I think now we could be at the point as we're getting closer to SummerSlam that we could actually see him now on the show in whatever form he's going to take with whatever people he's going to be with. He might be on his own. We really don't know. Or he might be with someone. So I think Rey Mysterio against Finn Balor gives an opportunity to really start building towards SummerSlam. Brenton says, shout out to you. I was listening to Kevin Nash's first podcast with Sean Oliver. It was dedicated to Scott Hall, and it's really good so far. Me name's Bryn Weevil says, "Hi Days, I predicted that Ciampa had aligned himself with Miz because I discovered every attack on Raw that involved Ciampa, the Miz was always there." My name's Bryn Weevil. Shout out to you. Blaze Radio said, "Natty should know better than to show emotion in the ring. Take it backstage. She showed that she can be unprofessional." Do you know what? I don't disagree with that. I think it's disappointing that she did show that. We don't know why that happened, but as you said, it's certainly not a good look that she pops up no cells and whatever it is, for it to result in that, is disappointing from Natalya. Yeah, it is Natalya at the moment that I do blame for that, but as we said, we don't know what happened to kind of result in it. I think Ministry Edge should go against Judgment Day. Also, I think you should steal Theory's Money in the Bank and cash in on Roman, says Harvey. Absolutely. Big Time Baxter said dirt sheets are reporting that Sasha and Naomi have been removed from internal rosters. WWE edited Sasha out of 8 top 10 page moments. Her avatar removed from Peacock. Her posters removed as well. I think she's gone. I mean, we did that video a while ago, and I think there's a couple of sources that I trust. They would be Dave Meltzer, Sean Rossap, and WrestleVotes. So if there's news that comes from one of those 3 sources, I will listen. In all fairness, I will listen if it comes from other sources, but it drastically changes how I approach it. And, we heard from that Raj from PW Insider, was it? From quite a while ago now, he said that they had gone. He said that it had been confirmed to him by someone quite high up in WWE that that's it, they're done. So he put that message out originally. He wasn't someone that was really on my radar of sources that I trusted, but then we heard from WrestleVotes, who said there'd been a lot of talk backstage and, it'd been confirmed to them from their sources as well that they had gone. And now we're hearing about the fact they've gone off the internal roster and all that kind of stuff. So in my mind, they're done. In my mind, they're gone. I mean, I think there's so much smoke. I think it's a done deal. I don't know that you're going to get an announcement about it. I don't know. I don't know if legally they have to announce. I don't think they do, to be honest. So I don't know that you will receive any kind of acknowledgement about it. I suppose what people are waiting for is for them to be removed from the external roster, because I think they're still on there. I think if you go to the WWE website, they're still on there. So I think people are probably waiting for that. Eric Defcon Prime Dirigi, shout out to you, my friends. Look up horrible 90s scripted fight show WMAC Karate Masters. WWE has become this horrible show. Vignette, held back talent led moves. Look it up. WMAC. I'll look it up after. What is it? I don't even know what it is. WMAC. What is it? I don't understand. It's a 90s scripted fight show. Okay. I'll look at it. How can I get exclusive Smith's rings in Florida? No idea, to be honest. I mean, the way that I do it, I don't know if Smith's deliver. I've got a feeling that they do. The only way that I do it, I mean, if there's something exclusive at Ringside Collectibles, I've actually got an American address, and it's not much to have. So I've got this American shipping address. It doesn't cost me much a month, but it's worth having, because anything that I want to order from Ringside, anything I want to order from American eBay, Pro Wrestling Tees, basically at Target, Walmart, anything that can be ordered online in America, I can have it sent to my address in Florida, which is just literally a post box. It's just like a container, little small post box thing. That's all it is. And then the company that kind of runs it will ship it over to me. As I said, it doesn't cost that much to actually have one of those. The actual shipping is not great, but if it's an item that you're really after, then that might be one of the only ways. If it's an exclusive and they're just not doing it in America, then that would be an option. The only other thing would be if there's someone that's already brought a load over. So, you know, you might find it on eBay in America, but you're going to end up paying eBay prices, which won't be any cheaper. So, to my knowledge, Smiths obviously don't deliver to America or anything like that. So, that would probably be the only workaround. That's what I have to do for ringside, which is sort of the American equivalent, if you will. So that's how I have to work around it. Me name's been Weevil said, I've seen rumours that Zion Quinn from NXT is being called up. He seems like an interesting character, which could add to the Judgment Day or join Edge's movement. I did see that news that they were very interested in bringing him up. He's got a great look. And he would be someone that I think would be very good on the main roster. His in-ring seems all right. I can't say that I've seen any classic matches from him, but of the handful of matches that I have seen, he doesn't get lost. His work looks quite smooth. He seems to have an all right array of moves. Like, it's not like he's just got a couple of moves that he goes to. I can't say that I've noticed his selling. I can't think of when he's been like getting beaten down or anything. So there's definitely a few areas that I've not seen from him, but I'm guessing they've seen enough at the Performance Center to think that he's ready to get called up. And of course, you know, you can always go up and then hone your craft on the main roster and whatever. So, you know, the house shows. Eric says, thanks for the tip. Let's see you get hit with the boppers. Yes. There we go, the boppers. There is actually different videos that will play at different kind of prices, but it has to be specific prices. The way that Streamlabs works is you can... I suppose I could just set them all to random. Maybe I'll look to do that. I think I could set them all to random. And then you wouldn't know which one you was getting. But there's around about 30 different ones that I've loaded into Streamlabs. Took me quite a while the other evening to upload all of those. So I think in the description of this stream, if I did remember to do it, which I think I did, I think there is a list of all the different videos and what price point kind of triggers them. So there you go. Boom. Gaming with Fishy said, I hope it's Bray who returns, but I think it's going to be Edge. I also have heard nothing about Naomi. It's just Sasha. I know you love to talk about Edge, and I wouldn't be surprised if you're bored with it now. I just hope WWE put him in some good storylines. Thoughts? Yeah, I don't mind talking about Edge. He is someone that he's a legend. I think what they're doing with him is quite interesting, but also a bit confusing. I mean, he starts Judgment Day and then he's very quickly removed from Judgment Day. I feel like this whole Edge story is not going the way that it was originally planned. I think that because of the Cody injury in particular, and maybe a few other injuries as well, I think they are now having to go down roads they weren't expecting. I've got to think that they were planning on keeping Edge in Judgment Day for longer than they did. So now we're going down like some roads that we weren't expecting to go down. And yeah, I'm quite intrigued. I'm quite intrigued to see what they're going to do, because I genuinely don't know what he's going to come back as. I mean, I'm guessing he's going to come back pretty much as he left. He was pretty dark anyway. But those vignettes have definitely caught people's attention, and rightfully so. I think they've been done quite well. But the only problem is, I think the first one was done well, and then the others have just been slight little variations, just little tweaks which seemingly don't make any difference. But, or at least at the moment, don't appear to make any difference. There's not been like a whole different vignette. It's a bit like, the Funhouse. We got about 7 different ones of those, and that was great. Doesn't feel like that same level of thought and effort has gone into these, because we've just seen one, basically, and then variations of that one.
Right, hang on. I can change stuff here. What's this?
Oh, no.
Whoa! Yes! I need this. I need this for the normal videos. Check this out.
That's actually from my first stream.
Naomi, feel the glow.
I think that's from my very first stream, you know. If I remember correctly, I went back to try and find what the very first stream was that we did, and it's one from Southampton, and I'm literally on my phone, and I can sort of remember doing it. I mean, at the time, I didn't even have a PC, I didn't have a laptop, I didn't have anything. All the channel and everything was done on a phone, and that little footage there is taken from one of well, I think it is the first live stream that we ever did, and I found a button that, like, changed, like, the effects and the lights and everything. It was really cool. It was really cool, actually, to see that and go back to that one, so. Shakeem, shout out to you, dudes. Appreciate the support, buds. Hasib says, do you actually see the Undisputed World title getting separated? You keep hearing superstars like Theory and McIntyre, to name a few, stating that they want to beat Roman and become Undisputed Champion. Yeah, I mean, at the moment, they would say that because that's how it is at the moment. I mean, it wouldn't really make much sense for them to say, oh, I only want to be Raw champion, I don't want both. Like, that wouldn't make any sense for them to say that. How we're going to go about doing it, I'm not sure. I feel like Money in the Bank would be a really good way. We've still not had clarity yet as to what Money in the Bank actually gets you. We still don't know if he cashes in and pins Roman, does he get both belts? Theory? I mean, I'm guessing he does. There's been nothing to say that he doesn't. But, yeah, at the moment, I'm struggling to see how they're going to separate them. But long term, I expect them to be separated again, yes. Because everything I've heard, all the reports I've read, was the only reason they did that was to make the WrestleMania match as big as they could make it. Everything was in that WrestleMania match. Everything was on the line, and so because we've seen Roman and Brock so many times, in order to, like, make that one the final fight, to make it the ultimate contest, they put all the belts on the line. Now, obviously, because of injuries, we're getting it again, but this time they're having to find a different way of kind of advertising it, and this time they've gone with last man standing. So now, you know, 3 counts not enough. You've got to keep them down for 10. Erase Your Mind says, lock key, full circle, Edge might have a friend. Yeah, I do think some of that's reaching, though, if I'm being honest. I think, you know, going back and finding, because I've had people tweeting me that, saying about the Fiend tweet about how he is the key and all this kind of stuff. I do feel like that's reaching. I do feel like you're going back into an old tweet to find something that's, I mean, if you want to make a connection, I think you will always make a connection. There's no reports that Fiend has come back or Bray has re-signed with WWE. I think in this day and age, to keep that quiet would be a minor miracle. And certainly someone like for WWE to keep it quiet. But not only that, I mean, we know that Vince had a big falling out as well with Bray over creative differences. Vince obviously has got bigger concerns at the moment, but he's still in control creatively. So, you know, creatively, and Steph will always do what he wants her to do. You know, just because Steph has taken over now, I really don't see it being a case that she's going to have gone out and got Bray and got the Fiend and brought him back and everything. Like, if Vince doesn't want that, it's not going to happen. And creatively, he's still running the show. So I always think that with those kinds of connections, you're having to overlook like a real big, obvious problem, which is Vince doesn't want him. And that's that's the elephant in the room, isn't it? If there was any kind of relationship that had seemingly formed, I mean, if there was any kind of news that they were back on talking terms, or that, you know, things had been smoothed over, or not even that he's coming back or was in talks to come back, but just their relationship had improved. I mean, there's been nothing along those lines. So all of that has been kept quiet. I mean, to my knowledge, they haven't even spoke. But obviously, could it have happened? Maybe. I have to file it under unlikely, though. I really do. I have to file it under unlikely. And I think there is a chance that Edge comes back with someone. But I think, like, I'm not expecting Bray. I'm not expecting Bray. Mainly because I think you've got to, as I said, overlook that massive elephant that's in the room. And the massive elephant in the room is that, you know, if Vince wanted to keep him, he could have kept him. He had him. If Vince didn't have to lose him. I mean, I don't know how much Bray was earning, but, I mean, he didn't need to lose him. He didn't need to make that saving. There's nothing since he's gone. He's been gone nearly 12 months now. I think, didn't he go in, like, August of last year? I mean, like, it is crazy because he was generating a lot of merch sales and he was obviously a very popular superstar. But, yeah, 12 months now and he's gone off to do films and all that kind of stuff. So, if it is to be Bray, I will be beyond shocked, let's put it that way. And I don't think I would be alone. So I would just reel in your expectations on that one, because if it is to be Bray, then you'll be shocked. I'll be shocked. And if it's not Bray, then at least you won't be disappointed. But yeah, it would be. I think there's people getting a little carried away. Brenton said Cornette and Last said that AEW had lost some steam in regards to MJF. I think he might have to come back before Grand Slam. AEW is hurting without Punk, Danielson, MJF. Yeah, well, they've obviously lost steam without on that story because other stories have dominated the talk. I mean, what you would want is you would want to do that story and you would want everyone still talking about MJF. But the problem is that people aren't talking about MJF. He's not even, I don't know, in the top 4 or 5 conversations at the moment. Because you've got the whole Vince stuff, which is dominating headlines. Then below that, you've got the whole Sasha and Naomi situation, which is dominating headlines. And then you've just got your normal weekly kind of news. You're always going to have news that's coming out that's going to be the talk of that week. And that's going to be dominating conversation, be it Liv Morgan winning when Edge returns. Does he come back alone? That's going to dominate conversations as well. So you're always going to have subjects that are dominating the conversation. And what it means is that no one's talking about MJF. And if no one's talking about MJF, it's very much out of sight, out of mind at the moment. Will it be a big deal when he comes back? Sure. I mean, it will still be a big deal when he comes back. But I do agree that it's not playing out, I think, the way that they envisaged. Because we've just been rocked by too many big stories and big scandals. And it's hard to know what the way forward is with that story, to be honest. It's really difficult to know because it does feel like that is a big story that definitely got people talking and potentially could be something that really does bring some eyes to their product. MJF brings eyes anyway. But I really think for AEW to succeed, they're going to need a story that's going to really, really resonate with people and resonate with people regardless of what promotion they watch. And really regardless as to whether they watch wrestling or not. Like, you need something that's going to shock and you need something that's going to really capture attention. I think MJF saying what he said live on TV in front of those executives and what were the people questioning, was it real, was it not real? I think that was their stab at it. I think that was their shot at that moment. And it's hard to know, do you abandon it now? If you do abandon it, then you've kind of got to accept that that's not going to be the one that works for you and you're going to have to think of something else. What is that other thing? Right now, I'm not sure. But we know that with WCW, when Hogan came in, that wasn't what got WCW beat in WWF. You know, Hogan came in '94, and WCW's ratings didn't start beating WWF until, what was it, 96, whatever. It was obviously the NWO, the Outsiders, and that whole thing that really, it felt like WWF were invading. It was a different time. But, the Outsiders, these guys that were so well known from WWF were now in WCW. And then you've got, obviously, who's going to be the third man that's going to join them. It was Hogan. That was massive. We get the Hogan heel turn. Look, everyone knows the story. But that is what got WCW. It wasn't a sign-in. It wasn't because they brought in CM Punk or anyone. You know, they brought in Hulk Hogan. They brought in the Ultimate Warrior. They brought in people, but it was the NWO that really did it. And so it feels like AEW need their NWO moment. And I really think this MJF thing was their stab at it. I really do. I think this MJF thing was their shot at trying to get that moment, trying to get the whole wrestling world talking. And even people, those Lapse fans, you know, trying to get like into the mainstream news of, can you believe what this guy said? Seemingly walked out of the company that he works for and all of this. Like, maybe there's some saving of it. Maybe you can still do something with it, but I don't know. It's really hard to know how to book that one. Really hard to know how to book that one to try and get the most out of it. But I feel like that was their shot at a really, really big OMG moment that's, you know, meant to really capture people's attention. And because of the news and all the scandals, feels like it just fell short, unfortunately, on this occasion. But good attempt. Got to say it was good attempt. Definitely got people talking. And I think it still will when he comes back. But at the moment, it does feel like it's dead in the water, yes. Asib said, do you remember when Seth was double champion? Sting wanted the WWE title. Cena wanted the United States title. We've not had anything like that here, says Hasib. Big Time Baxter says, with Naomi, it's a bit of a strange one because her husband is there. She was getting pushed for 7 months. Tag titles, Charlotte, Sonya feud, lots of TV time. She was scheduled to face Bianca. Just flip into that. The Naomi one is very strange. It does feel like she's quite loyal to Sasha. It does feel like maybe she's got dragged into something that... I mean, listen, wrestlers not liking the creative they're given is nothing new, right? It's absolutely nothing new. Like, this, Sasha and Naomi are not the only wrestlers to get given creative that they don't like. There's like a billion examples of that happening. I could understand Naomi looking at what they had planned for her and being a little bit like down on it, to be honest. I mean, basically, if you're not getting given the championship, I've got to be thinking that the majority of wrestlers are going to be, you know, unhappy or trying to figure out how they're going to get to the championship. And obviously, there's a lot of wrestlers that never do. So I can understand Naomi, and I can understand both of them, Sasha and Naomi, looking at that creative and it not being what they want to do. But for it to result in what happened, you know, I think there was failings absolutely everywhere. I think, clearly WWE's procedures behind the scenes are not good enough. That'll come as no surprise to anyone. But, for them to walk out as well, I was very critical of it at the time, and my stance on that has not changed. But we're going to have to see how it plays out. I mean, I don't want either woman to lose their jobs. I think it's a real unfortunate thing that happened. I think that there's lessons to be learned everywhere. I sort of feel like if they can get Sasha and Naomi into a room, I think if Steph can sit there and apologize, because I think Steph could apologize for the way that they were spoken to in the heat of the moment. I mean, the thing is, this is a live TV show taping. There is very serious time deadlines that have to be hit. There's people running around backstage, so many moving parts that, you know, when you're like disgruntled and trying to get scripts changed and all this kind of stuff, I can understand it being like a pressure cooker. I can understand it being a high pressured environment. It's certainly not people skipping around high-fiving backstage. I would imagine there's a lot of overworked people that haven't had much sleep, people that are probably rewriting scripts a million times anyway, that have now got to, you know, deal with superstars that are unhappy with what they've been asked to do. And I just, you can see, I mean, I feel like it's obvious what's happened. They've been spoken to in a way that they don't appreciate. And is it correct? Probably not. Probably not. It's probably not right, and it's probably not correct, and there probably should be better procedures in place. But it's hard to have those procedures when you're only getting the script so close to showtime, and there's not going to be much time to change it. And if you do change it, just think of all the people that you've got to communicate that with. If you change the ending to a match, you need to tell everyone else that's in that match that it's ending. You need to then go to the production truck and let them know what's happening so that they can ensure they're capturing the key moments and know who to focus on and know where the finish is coming from. Like, there's a lot of people that you need to be, like, looped in. You need to talk to the producer of the match as well. They need to be aware as to what the plan is. So it's not as simple as just writing down a different ending on a piece of paper. It's more complex than that, and there's a lot more people involved than that, and there's a lot of moving parts in that, and I can understand that tensions were high, things were said, and it's not right, but to me, it's not a good enough reason for them to walk out. It's not a good enough reason for them to walk out. And so I think, WWE could apologize for not handling it better. I think Sasha and Naomi could apologize for walking out. And I think, hopefully then a way forward could be found. But at the moment, it just doesn't seem like that's what's going to happen. At the moment, it just seems like the communication is completely broken down and it's all done. And I think Natalya probably walked out because of her loyalty to Sasha. But yeah, I mean, obviously we don't know. We've not heard their side of it. I mean, when we hear Naomi and Sasha's side, it could be even worse than the rumors and the rumblings that we have heard. Because certainly the rumors and the rumblings that I've heard, it doesn't feel like it's enough for them to walk out of. But, you could hear from Sasha that she's been bullied. You could hear that she was being, racially abused or something. And then, obviously, that puts a very different dynamic on things. So, yeah, we'll have to see. It's a really messy, real horrible situation. And to be honest, one that I just want resolved. And I think needs to be resolved one way or the other. If they're done, I think they need to be done. Because this just doesn't feel healthy at the moment. We don't know if they're coming or going. I hope they know. I'd hate it to be a case that they don't know if they've got a job or not. Like, it just feels like we need to move in one direction. Are they still employed? Are they not employed? Like, what are we doing here? And we need to move in one way. So, yeah, we'll, hopefully get an answer on that soon. Brenton said, do you put MJF back in a feud with Wardlow? Who would you put him in a feud with? I wouldn't put him back in a feud with Wardlow. No, I feel like that's done now. I feel like Wardlow did those power bombs and, MJF went off on a stretcher. MJF then came out and he didn't talk about Wardlow. He spoke about Tony. It feels like it's really hard to know how you're going to do it because you need to make it as real as possible. And so if MJF comes back and starts calling out Wardlow, well, we've literally abandoned that story then, haven't we? So if I was booking it, I would have MJF, I think, in the crowds, in a disguise. I think I'd have him jumping over the barricade, snatching a microphone, saying a few things as security grab him and lead him away. And he doesn't get many words through. He doesn't get to say much, but he gets grabbed and he gets led away. I would have him in the crowd in a disguise, like hood up sort of a thing, just kind of sat there. And I would try and do that and just see, is there any life in it? What's the reaction to that? I think until you get a gauge of the reaction to that, you're not going to quite know the right way forwards. But I would be interested to know how many people are believing that it's a work, how many people think it's a shoot. Can I get a read of that by looking at the comments on social media? What's the response to MJF jumping over a barricade, snatching a microphone? Can I get security to actually lead him away? Not stupid security that he can beat up and take on 25 of them. Like, can I get a couple of big guards to actually escort him out of the premises? And can I get the dirt sheets to see that he was actually kicked out the building? And, is there a way that I can revive it? So I can't really comment too much about what I would do because I would do that experiment first. And I would want to just get a bit of feedback before I know, right, is this dead? Do I completely drop it? Do I just then go with a completely different angle? Or is there still something there? Eric, shout out to you, said MJF's overrated. The only one pillar with no title, his soft. I like the connection there because Enzo was in the crowd disguised. Do you remember when he was at Survivor Series and he had like hood up and he was all disguised? So I like the soft connection there to what we were just talking about. Very good. Very good. I struggle with Liv as champion, says JDE. I struggle with Liv as champion. She struggled to beat Ronda after cashing in. How are people supposed to believe Liv can beat Ronda clean when she almost tapped at Money in the Bank? Well, to be honest, I don't think people are meant to believe that she can beat Ronda clean. I certainly don't think she can beat Ronda clean. So what I'm hoping to see is that there will be some outside interference. I think Shayna Baszler could be a moving part. There seems to have been a few seeds that have been planted where Shayna Baszler has been kind of hinted that she is, a little bit off with Ronda. Maybe it's a bit soon for a turn there. Maybe they've not planted enough seeds yet, but it does feel like that could be something further down the road. But yeah, there could be some outside interference. It could be a count out, and obviously title doesn't change hands on a count out. Could be DQ or something along those lines. But actually, like Liv winning clean. In all fairness, I think aren't they doing like a triple threat match? Aren't they like for SummerSlam doing Liv versus Ronda versus Natalya? Or there's rumours that they were looking at doing something like that. So it could be that Liv doesn't have to beat Ronda. She ends up just beating like a third person that's in the match that's maybe a little bit easier to beat with Ronda down on the outside. So, I mean, look, if Liv beats Ronda clean at SummerSlam, that's not going to be much use, to be honest. Not for me anyway. I'm someone that's waiting to get on board the Liv train. Like, I'm not quite on board. I don't mind her. I wasn't a big fan of how she got the title. I didn't mind her winning Money in the Bank. I'm sort of like, I'm ready to like give her my support and get behind a title run, but I need it to be logical. I need it to be credible. I need it to be believable. Do you know what I mean? She talks about how much it means to her and how, like, no one's going to get the title off her and all this kind of stuff. It's all great stuff. But she is not as skilled as some of the other women in this division. And I've no problem with her having a run, but you've got to be very careful with how you book it. That's my opinion, is that you need to book it in a very credible, logical way. And her getting a win over Ronda Rousey is not that. So I am interested in seeing how they do it, to be honest. And I think there is a way forwards. I think there is a way that you can do it. But you've got to be very, very careful. Alex said, do you think the Wyatt family will go in the Hall of Fame? Don't know, to be honest. That's a really good question. I feel like Bray should go in the Hall of Fame. Should the Wyatt family go in the Hall of Fame? That's a very good question. I mean, if you look at people like, I don't know, Coco Beware that got in, or Queen Shamel that got in, do you know what I mean? You look at that and you go, well, yeah, it's a flipping no-brainer. I mean, the bar is quite low. But, I don't know, I really don't know. Because there's a couple of reasons for that. I mean, first of all would be, did they have a big impact? I mean, I feel like The Fiend did. I feel like the Wyatt family had some really good matches, and I think that they probably did have an impact at the time, but, I don't know. It's not an impact that rivals Cena or Edge or Stone Cold or, do you know what I mean, Jerry the King Lawler for what he did in the territories. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I can definitely name some legends that had less of an impact. So I could easily name some legends that had less of an impact. So there's definitely an argument for them to go in. I don't know. That's a really good question. It's a really good question. Because my gut feeling is that they are borderline For me, they're borderline. I think Bray goes in because he went on to be a world champion. And I think, you know, what did Harper and Rowan go on to achieve? They went on to become like Bludgeon Brothers and tag champs, and I don't know. I'm not so sold on them. I suppose if you included Braun, if you had Braun in the group as well, he went on to be a world champion. And, you know, Harper and Rowan did go on to be tag champs, as we said. So maybe, you know, you could put them in that way. I feel like Braun... Yeah, Braun's difficult as well, isn't he? Braun's difficult. He was champion, though. He was Universal champion. Like, they've thought enough of him to put the Universal title on him. And the same with Bray as well. So I feel like you could definitely make an argument. Maybe you just put the Wyatt family in and you don't put Braun in separate and you don't put Bray in separate. You just put the Wyatt family in and that boxes it all off. I could get behind that. Put the Wyatt family in. And then, like, you don't need to put in Braun or Bray separately. They should put them in, says Yuri. What's stupid with the Liv thing is that WWE is telling us that she can beat an injured Ronda, but Natalya can't, as she got squashed on SmackDown. Joel said if Queen Shamal can make it, then the Wyatt family can. Ethan, hello. Shout out to you, my friend. Ethan says, hi, Days. When do you think Edge will return? Also, will Bray return with him? I'm not expecting Bray to return with him, no. I think the reasons why the Bray conversation is there are quite weak. I don't feel like that's right again. I don't feel like that is the right one that should be playing. Streamlabs, man. I don't know what's up with it. I might have to abandon the actual individual kind of ones and just set them all to random. Let me, I'm going to have a look and go into it because I feel like you were robbed of what the rightful one was that should have played, which was... What was the one that should have played? Let me have a look. I think, is it this one? I think it's that.
I don't even know if you can. Can you?
It's an old forfeit, you know.
Someone in my eye!
Oh, man, I remember this. This is from, like, the Wheel of Fun days when we used to do those. And when the wheel landed on forfeit. So that is an actual onion, raw onion, that I peeled during one of the streams. Bad memories, man. Bad memories. Braun beat Oldberg in 5 moves for the Universal title, says Larry. Your screen, the likes button, yeah. The Streamlabs one is bothering me a little bit more, to be honest, than this one. But I don't know why this one's playing up either. Because this should be working. Technology, eh? Technology. Let's see if we can... refresh it somehow. Is that correct now? I actually don't know what the correct number is. We should be going over to Raw, by the way. Should be going over to Raw. Let's have a look and see if that's is going to fix it. That might be correct now. Right, here we go. Here we go. Okay, where is... There we go. It's time. It is time. Turn it up a little bit. Do you remember Ministry of Darkness Taker? He comes back in a non-wrestling role as the leader of Edge's faction, says Dean. I'd be very surprised. Here we go, then. We are just having a look at SmackDown from last Friday. Together. Forever. Brenton said Kevin Nash compared Adam Page's title run to his first as Diesel. He feels that AEW weren't fully committed to Page, just like WWE wasn't fully committed to Diesel's first run, like his first title defense against Brett, says Brenton. List of Jericho says, I'm currently building a Lego DeLorean. Amazing. Have fun. Right, we are over to... we're starting with the Beast. We're starting with the Beast. The Beast is making his way out. Big smile on the face of Brock. Da-na-na-na-na. Brock Lesnar making his way out. Da-na-na. So, Farmer Brock in his farmer attire. I like the new setup with the towers, super chat in the corner, bringing an old school feel. JS17, shout out to you, dudes. Brock making his way down to the ring. So Brock walking around, hat in the air. Money in the Bank Raw Women's Championship rematch tonight, says Adam. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Jaden says, how are you? I'm doing all right, mate. Doing all right. Right, Brock in the ring. Braun Strowman used to call Lesnar Beastie Boy. BBB Yipsy, hope you are well. Did you see the tweet I tagged you in about PW Insider reporting over the weekend that backstage producers heard loud pops that Liv is getting and has been doing high merch numbers? Well, that's good for her. Smile on the face of Brock. Let's see what Brock's got to say as we open up Raw. The Beast is unleashed. He has got a smile on his face. God bless Texas. God bless Texas. He said, I'm going to show you some manners, and he puts his hat down in the corner. Life is good for Roman. So, Brock opens the show. Since WrestleMania, Roman has been living the high life. There's an old saying. Pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered. Roman Reigns. You're a hog. And I slaughter hogs on my farm every single day. He must have a lot of hogs. The tribal hog. Calls Roman a tribal hog. Nugzula, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Here's Heyman. Heyman comes out. We on the island of Revelancy? Are booing as well. Okay, Heyman's come out and he's being booed. Speaking of hugs. Speaking of hugs. And he looks at Heyman. Obviously quite the history between these two. Booing again. You suck chants by the crowds. Brock's loving it. Despite our differences, Brock Lesnar does not suck. So Heyman trying to make out the crowd are saying this to Brock. Days of good news. I'm looking for a job. Hope it goes well, Edwards. We've gone from the most stupendous WrestleMania to the most barbaric SummerSlam. And that plays right into your hands. Brock nods. If you're a betting man, who are you betting on at SummerSlam? And Heyman says Brock Lesnar. Don't know how Roman's going to feel about that. I think Brock's going to win and bring a WWE title back to Raw, says Salami. The Usos backstage watching. It's a bit slow at the moment. They're just really trying to build up this match at SummerSlam. He doesn't care if he sends Roman to the hospital. Or if he sends him to the morgue. That's not a man. That's a beast. It's a hog slaughterer. Heyman's really building up Brock here. He's really building him up. I'm going to give you my word, says Heyman. We are approaching 700 days of Roman's title reign. This is one streak that you will not conquer. He said he's going to train Roman to stick his hand up his ass. Do you need training for that? That's a hell of a training course. I do not need to see those vignettes. I do not need to see those training vignettes. We all saw Hogan and Mr. T working out before WrestleMania 1. I don't need to see Paul Heyman training Roman how to stick his hand right up Brock's ass. Here's Theory. Theory has come out. Yes, and he's going over to the platform. Yes! The platform being used nice and early. The interview platform. So Theory comes out. He said, after this match, I'm not going to run down to the ring. I'm going to walk down. I'll cash in. And I'll put my foot on your chest. Or on Roman's chest. Brock does not look too bothered. He's just kind of... Why don't you come down here right now and let's go? Says Brock. Mr. Heyman. I've got some footage. Theory's got some footage that he wants to show. Let's have a little look at this footage. We're seeing Brock with Theory smashing him on top of one of the pods. Now he's going to look to deliver an F5 off the top of the pod. And he hurls Theory down. Wonder why they keep cutting it off before he actually impacts. I think it's probably because he lands on his feet. Drew McIntyre also beat Brock. I think Austin Theory will be one people will want in AEW one day, says Iconic Shadows. Everything's put Brock over. Brock is so believable. He's always over, says Brent. I showed you to remind you that I didn't forget. Theory tells Brock he didn't forget. Oh, here's Alpha Academy. I tell you what, Brock and Otis, though, that's pretty, I'm all right with that. Lesnar takes his shirt off. Otis jumps up on the edge of the ring. Otis steps inside. I'm down for these two going face to face. This is pretty fun. Chop block from behind by Gable. Otis charges into Brock. Brock goes back into the corner. Smile on his face, though. Smile on Brock's face. Clothesline by Brock. Belly to belly. Big belly to belly on Gable. Otis gets clotheslined over the top. Lesnar on the outsides. Bang, chairs. Stairs being smashed into Gable, into Otis. And again. So, ring steps. And now Brock grabs a chair. There's a chair shot. And again. Brock Belly to belly on the outside, right by the camera as well. Gable versus Brock should have been magic, but it's not really believable, says Jordan. Wow, look at that. Boom! Oh, monstrous F5! Otis gets F5'd through the table. Damn, that's nice. That's nice. That's nice. Very good. Very, very good. That was a nice little spot, that was. I mean, I feel like that whole segment was a little bit slow. I feel like it was a little bit slow. I feel that it was there just to advertise SummerSlam, which is totally understandable. I think that the Otis spot, though, is really nice. I really like that. Great start to the show, says Dizzle Dog. Brock just taking a bow. Ringside area has been destroyed. Otis is down. Commentary table is destroyed. And we're only, 17 minutes into the show. We're about to get to commercial break. We got Seth Rollins coming up tonight. So, Bobby Lashley and Riddle against Theory and Seth. We've got that coming up. Bianca Belair against Carmella. We already knew about that one, though. Rey Mysterio is making his way out now. Rey Mysterio is meant to be taking on Finn Balor. So, if there is going to be, Edge coming out, it's going to need to be in this segment, to be honest. So, this is going to be, interesting. Dominic Mysterio, Rey Mysterio, making their way down. So, Rey Mysterio versus Finn Balor. Heyman will side with Brock at SummerSlam and turn on Roman, says Chris. Right, and we go to commercial break. So, commercial break. I sort of feel like that was quite slow. I sort of feel like I didn't really learn anything new there. It's basically Brock saying he's going to attack Roman, beat up Roman. Paul Heyman comes out, says Brock's really dangerous. Theory comes out, says that he's going to cash in. I mean, if you've been watching the show week in, week out, I don't know really what you would have necessarily got from that. It was just it was just a recap, really. Just like we know where we are. I think that's more for the benefit of people that maybe just haven't been watching every week, and it kind of just brings everyone up to speed. I think that they knew that. I think they knew that they needed a nice moment at the end, just to kind of end the segment on a positive, give the fans like a Brock moment, and so they just had Alpha Academy come out so that they could bump around a little bit, and it's a good bump though. Otis and Brock. I would have liked that moment to have been milked a little bit more. I think I would have liked for Otis and Brock to have been face to face in the ring just a little longer, and really kind of built up this kind of showdown between these two big guys. Instead, it was quite quick, what with the chop block and everything behind. So, I would have liked that to have been milked a little bit more. But it's fine. It's fine way to start. They promised that we'd get Brock. We did get Brock. And now we move on to Rey and Finn. Brent said, I felt Brock didn't need to be put over. He looks like he's having fun. Otis spot was fun. They could have a solid match, but it was about 10 minutes too long. Philip said, if AEW and WWE somehow agreed to do a show, what match would you want to see? I don't want to see any. They're not going to agree to do a show, so we do talk about that. That question comes up, quite a bit, but it's just not going to happen, is it? So it's not something that I ever spend any time really thinking about. I think when I have been asked about it before, I've always just gone with I don't know, Kenny and Seth or something like that, I think. But it ain't going to happen. Daniel said, have you seen the body shaming Eddie Kingston? What do you think about it? I haven't. I heard about it, but I never got a chance I don't know if it all got deleted. But I heard people laying into him. Or no, was it a fan that was body shaming Eddie Kingston? I don't know, to be honest. I mean, without seeing it, I can't really comment. But I think you have to know that kind of thing's going to happen on social media. My understanding is it's a fan that did it to Eddie Kingston. So, I don't know. I mean, if that is what's happened, I just think there's a lot of kids that are on Twitter. I think there's a lot of kids that are on Twitter that aren't old enough to know better. I think there's a lot of people with mental health issues that are on Twitter as well. I mean, really, Twitter is, faceless in many ways. People hide behind fake profile pictures and just random images, and they can just they just say whatever they want, and people do that. So if it was a fan or something like that, I really wouldn't be surprised. If it was Eddie Kingston that said something, I would be surprised. But my understanding was it was a fan saying something to Kingston. Serenity McGirt said, I'm friends with Roman's daughter. Very cool. Adam said, WWE tours Canada in August before Clash at the Castle in September. What was the first figure that you purchased or was given? Don't know. It would be a Hasbro from the early 90s, and I think I would have bought it. And almost certainly I would have got it from a little shop in the town that I used to live in. So it'd be something like that, but I don't think I'd be able to tell you exactly what it was. In my mind, it would Undertaker would probably be the one that would have excited me the most. Whether that was the first I got, I genuinely don't know. But it would be a Hasbro when I was very young. Okay, so we've got Ray in the ring. We are back from commercial break. We've got Ray in the ring, and we've got Dominic in there as well. So Ray and Dominic. Here's Judgment Day. We've got Damian Priest and we've got Finn Balor. Damian Priest and Balor. No Rhea Ripley, of course, because she's out injured at the moment. Quite a nasty injury as well. I don't know if you saw how it actually happened, but she got, thrown, and she bounced off the ropes, her legs did, and they shot back up and smacked her in the face. And as a result, she's, caused some real damage to her teeth, but also they're just, giving her scans and checking that she's all right, basically. So, yeah, pretty moody stuff, actually, for Rhea Ripley. So, saw that she was wearing a heart monitor, a temporary heart monitor. So, as we said, hopefully she makes a speedy recovery. We are just seeing a bit of backstage stuff from last week, where the Mysterios were beaten up. Mr. Leonardo Lopez, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are doing well. People across the pond early in the morning, living our best lives. Okay, so Mysterio against Balor, as we said. Gonna hear a promo or something first. I don't know that we're getting the match now. All rise, says Damian Priest. Balor looks out at the crowds. Damian Priest again says, all rise. Dominic. What happened last week was justice. Justice for the way that things used to be. Okay, so Ray's 20th anniversary is coming up in a few weeks. Damian Priest said he's done, he's washed, is over. Your father's got nothing else to offer you. Are they trying to recruit Dominic? Why? Damian Priest says he's got an ugly mask and old circus tricks that aren't even yours. We've got something more to offer. The future of this business will be decided by the Judgment Day. Join the Judgment Day. Dominic's going to turn. I've got a feeling, says Elijah. Okay, so they... Tranquilo. Do you think your daddy can protect you? Do you know who else is a legend? Edge. And we all saw what happened to Edge. Recap. Fate Ross Fate said, Ray should let Dominic go if they will take his wife too. Well, we are just seeing a recap of what happened when Edge was removed from the Judgment Day. Just waiting to see if Edge is going to make his presence felt here. We are scheduled to actually get a match between Ray and Edge, but I don't know that that's Ray and Finn. Sorry, I don't know if that's about to happen here though. We could be about to go into it, but at the moment we seem to just be getting this promo. Certainly Balor's ready to compete. Ray's ready to compete. Edge has gone because he was a bad leader. You're a bad leader and you're a bad father. So Finn calls Ray a bad father. And Ray punches Finn. Double drop kick. Strikes coming in by the Mysterios. We're half an hour into the show. Finn's pulled out of the ring. So Mysterios and are in the ring. Up next will be Rey Mysterio against Balor. So, first segment was a promo segment, which was Brock. Second segment was a promo segment, which was Judgment Day. Really just talking to the Mysterios. Third segment is going to be the match. Did Brock F5 Otis through a table? Yes, he did. Brent said the brood bath is the Lament thing ever. Would love to see a brood bath on Judgment Day. Daniel said, according to Meltzer, Bryan Danielson has fully recovered from his injury, but Tony Khan is waiting a couple more weeks, and he's being wary because of Bryan's past concussion injuries. Good. Did you see England winning 8-0? I did. I didn't watch all of it, but I caught the end, and very impressive. How do you watch Raw? I watch it on BT Sport, but in America, it is on USA Network. 30 minutes, no wrestling. Yes, that is actually pretty standard, though. We don't always get... we normally get, like, a big promo at the start, which will eat up good 20-odd minutes. Sometimes we do go in that second segment into a match, but sometimes they do go into another promo. But when we go back into that third segment, we should be getting a match then. They will have a tag match at SummerSlam, and then Dominic will turn, says Tritium Cascades. Mash Chief said 150 minutes left, no match. It's such a entertainment company. William said, I'm enjoying you guys being respectful to the community guidelines. No explanation we got as to why Edge was kicked out of Judgment Day. Just that Edge is a bad leader. Yes. I would have liked a bit more than that as well, to be honest. How would you feel if Dominic did turn on Ray and join Judgment Day? I would be... I mean, I feel like you've got to do something with Dominic. You've got to do something with him, because at the moment he is very stale. He is not doing it for me. I think he's got to go off on his own. I think standing next to his dad is always going to be overshadowed. I mean, Rey Mysterio is a massive legend, and it's not like I can't see that Dominic is forging his own path at the moment. He's just literally there by Ray's side. Like, let's do it. Let's put him in Judgment Day and see if he can kind of find his own way without Ray by his side, without his dad by his side. I don't know that he will, and I don't know if that'll be any good for Judgment Day, but as we said, you gotta try some things. Eric, shout out to you, said, who wins in a fight, one figure or Dominic Build-A-Figure? Who wins in a fight? Oh, -1. -1 or Dominic Build-A-Figure. I feel like the Dominic Build-A-Figure would win because it's a little bit chunkier. I'm sure that -1 figure is quite thin, quite small. In fact, I'm guessing, is he younger? Don't know. Either that or Dominic was fat as a kid. Maybe Dominic was just a fat kid. But his figure is, I think, a bit chunkier. So my money would be on Dominic. Right, we are underway with Rey Mysterio against Finn Balor. This is our first match. Nice head scissor takedown as Balor goes to the outside. Rey goes over the top, crossbody comes crashing down onto Finn Balor. Smile on the face of Dominic. Comes over and wafts a towel at Rey. Rey jumps into the ring. Backbreaker. He doesn't fit in with Judgment Day. Well, not in his current form, but I think if you put him in, like, dark attire and had him turn, if there was a brutal turn and a brutal beatdown that he did to Rey, then I think you could try him and see how he got on. I actually think putting him in a tag team with Damian Priest isn't the worst idea in the world. With Damian Priest kind of taking him under his wing. Like, he's just been learning from his father, but now he's going to learn from Damian Priest. The dark arts. He's learnt the right way. He's learnt how to do things the right way, but now he's going to learn the dark arts. I don't mind that. What figure did you get? Not necessarily because you liked, but you felt it was the only chance to buy. I feel like I've picked up a lot of figures like that, to be honest. A lot. I mean, like, I went through a phase when I started of just getting, I wanted everyone that came with the belts. So I wanted all the champions. And then very quickly, you know, you see a Roddy Piper or a Macho Man that don't come with belts, and how are you not going to get one of those? And once they're out the stores, obviously, their value does, well, it depends what it is, but if it's a nice figure, one that's going to be something that, I don't know, maybe it's a classic ring gear, maybe it's one they've never made before. Once it drops out of the shops, a real good chance that's going up in value. So, I mean, you just have to look at, like, the Ultimate Editions and how they've skyrocketed in value, some of those. So, I feel like there's a good chunk that I've got in my collection, which are ones that I was like, man, I need to get this, because I've got a feeling that if I do ever want it, it's going to cost me a lot more than it is right now. I think that's part of how they get you with collecting, isn't it? That kind of, you know, you're in the shop, it's there in front of you. You don't know if you're going to be able to find it again. You know that if you do want it, it's going to be an eBay job, and those eBay jobs are expensive. But it tends to be more for, like, entrance greats, Ultimate Editions, that really comes through, or, like, the exclusives. But, yeah, I mean, I was just buying whatever I saw, basically, in Florida. When I went to Florida in 2018, I was just clearing shelves. I had to buy a whole separate suitcase, you know. I really thought that they were going to have me when I was bringing, because I was bringing so much stuff back. I had a whole suitcase of nothing but figures in 2018. Nice work by Mysterio. He goes over the top, and Balor goes into the barricades. And that's the end of that segment. Dark Knight said, it feels like 3 years, made to feel very welcome. Dark Knight, shout out to you. Been a member for 4 months. Really appreciate the support, my friends. Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like this show, we're 38 minutes in. I don't know that there's anything that's really seismic. As I said, I think the Brock segment is definitely a segment that is great as a recap, but I don't know that it's really pushed anything forwards. The Judgment Day trying to recruit Dominic, I feel like we've seen hints of that before, but it's nice to know where they stand and what they're doing. So I don't mind that. And now, obviously, we've got this. The question is, will we see Edge at some point in this match? That's the question. Or maybe it gets interrupted with, like, an Edge vignette again or something. So that's where we are at the moment. Check out Day's title variant video. Get. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Day's title variant video. Oh, what? The variant title video that I made ages ago. There is some figure videos on the way. We've obviously just talking about figures. We are on the verge of San Diego Comic-Con, which is massive comic convention. And we are on the verge of that. And that is where the majority of new wrestling figures get shown. That is not far away. I think we're about a week or so away from San Diego Comic-Con. We'll be looking at that. So I'm very interested to see what gets announced. We should get a real good idea of what's going to be in the rest of the series for the rest of the year, and figures for early next year as well. So if you do have a bit of a passing interest in wrestling figures, there's a lot of news coming in about a week or so. A lot of news. What figure is the most rare that you own? Don't know, to be honest. I mean, like, I've got a pop vinyl that I think's worth about $450. I have shown it off before. It's a Rey Mysterio, which is from some kind of convention from 2014. It's like black with neon. You can normally see it in the background of the videos when I do them over by the figure thing. So I've got that. I don't think there's anything rarer than that, to be honest. I don't think I've got anything that would go for more than that. I do have the Rockers Legends early Mattel. They were quite hard to get. I think they're around 200. They're not boxed. If they were boxed, they would be even more. But I just picked them up on eBay loose. So I've got those. But yeah, I reckon that pop vinyl for about $4.50 is probably the rarest one that I've got. I do have a signed Shockmaster, which I really love. Oh, hello, what's this? Paul, shout out to you, dudes. Says, AEW last week was in Rochester. It was Brody Lee nights. Paul, shout out to you, buddy. It's, yeah, cool that they were in Rochester. Just seeing a little advert there for Mandy Rose. We are back, and we are still underway with Ray and Finn Balor. So, yeah, that was a little clip for Mandy Rose. I think I'm definitely going to change these over so that they're random, because they're just not doing what I want them to do, to be honest, at the moment. Why aren't you streaming the women's Euros? There's not much demand for them, to be honest. I've not had anyone asking. I'm going to go abroad in September. Have fun. Mr. Leonardo said, as we know, SummerSlam is right around the corner. How many people here own the Cooler-inspired anthology box set WWE came out for SummerSlam? Frog Splash as Balor sits up. I know that one. That was really cool packaging, that is. Can't remember what year it goes up to, but it is nice. There's been a few of those that they've done over the years, like the Undertaker ones in the casket. That was cool. I've got a really nice Macho Man one as well, where his image kind of is a bit 3D on the front, which was kind of smart. I don't even know if they're doing any anymore. I think the whole DVD market's dead, innit? 1, 2. Finn looking for the pin there, but shoulder up. I tell you what, they're giving this match some time. They're giving the match some time. Balor. Ray, round the back. Balor. Oh. Plants Ray down. Balor is climbing up. He's perched. Coup de grace! Coup de grace by Balor! 1, 2, 3, and Balor gets the win. It's a coup de grace! So, coup de grace win for Balor. And right now they're all around Dominic. Finn Balor just saying, look, can you see, look, the referee holding up my arm? We're winners. Your dad's a loser. They're trying to recruit Dominic. I feel like this is grooming. I'm not very comfortable with it. Not very comfortable with it at all. Right, coming up, we've got Bianca and Carmella for the Raw Women's Championship coming up. Good wrestling. They finally let Finn win a match. The set looked excellent. Is that a particular city in the background? Yes, this is Bangkok. That's where I stream from. Big Time Bex is coming out now. Big Time. So, Raw Women's Championship match coming up next. So, Big Time Bex makes her way out. Becky looking awesome. Tim said, I've not watched Raw in forever. I don't think I'm missing much. Shannon said grooming is about 25. Well, he claims to be 25. He looks about 12. Talking about lack of wrestling, comment, did you see SmackDown on Friday had 13 minutes, 20 seconds of wrestling throughout the whole 2-hour show? Maka said, do you think we'll take the title off Mandy? I don't know. I don't watch NXT, so I can't comment. William said, Days Bangkok, Yadong-infused adult beverages. There is a Yadong emoji that was created for the members. You are welcome. So that will be good for our UFC streams. Adam said SummerSlam in Nashville in 2 weeks. Yes, it is worth mentioning the watch along for that. There will be one, but it will be on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. So make sure you're subscribed to that, the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. That is where our watch along is going to be for SummerSlam. And as we said, that is in just a couple of weeks' time. Like, we really don't have that far to go. Do you think Dominic will join Judgment Day? I'm going to say yes. Because I think that what we're doing with him and Ray, it's done. I mean, there's nothing interesting going on here. I'd be more interested to see what it looks like him being in Judgment Day, so I'm going to say yes. Can you do a watch longer Man United Liverpool? No. No, because my focus is on trying to make these streams better. So I'm trying to use, and there's clearly a few things that need fixing. Like, I need to get the alerts to work a bit better. And what I might just do is just set them all to random. So I might do that. The like thing hasn't been working right, so I need to fix that. So I've got a jobs list. The other thing I need to do as well is I need to get the scroll working at the bottom. So let's bring that up to speed. So Brock promo, that's what we've had. We've also had Finn beat Rey Mysterio. So that's where we are at the moment. Let's save that. Put it at the bottom. There we go. Fib. What the hell is fib? Fib? I'm fibbing? Finn. There we go. Look. Spelling mistakes will not be tolerated. Man United Liverpool's not on TV. It's only on the MUTV channel. What advice do you give me? What to expect with flying? What advice do I give you for flying? I don't know. What do you mean? Are you nervous about flying? My brother's nervous about flying. And to be honest, I don't think there is any advice that you can give. I mean, my brother was taking like sleeping tablets and stuff like that. He is a very, very nervous flyer. I don't think there's anything I could say to him that would change that, to be honest. I think you would either, if you are really nervous, you would need like proper therapy. But because he just decided to knock himself out. So it's a big problem for him, actually. He refuses to go away. He's actually driven from the UK to Spain. So he's taken like the Euro tunnel underneath like the English Channel, got to France, and then driven from France down to Spain, rather than just get on a plane for 2 hours and go that way. So yeah, my brother's a nervous flyer. Here's Big Time. We are back to the show. Big Time's on commentary table. She's going to cut a promo. She said she was devastated when she didn't win Money in the Bank. And I kind of lost my mind a little bit. Cashing in the way that Liv did is like winning the lottery. So she says doing what Liv did is like winning the lottery. She's working every week, grinding. So, Becky saying that she should be number one. I'm being made to jump through hoops, says Big Time. So tonight, I don't give a damn who wins. She demands a championship match at SummerSlam. Here comes Bianca. So, Big Time's not happy. I never needed you at all. Right, Belair against Carmella. Watch me shine now. Watch me shine now. Never needed you at all. I believe Liv might be the second or third woman to cash in her Money in the Bank contract on the same night. Here's Bianca Belair. Bianca Belair versus Carmella. I have been robbed. Becky saying that she's been robbed. I am owed that. Will we get a mysterious vignette tonight? It feels like we will, yeah. Feels like we will. We didn't get Edge earlier, so... not Becky Bianca at SummerSlam again, says Harley. Brenton said, sorry to keep asking, but I'm interested. Any favourite female wrestling figures? It might be a dumb question. Are they less common? I don't know if they're less... well, the amount of them that they make would be the same as the guys, but the amount of females in a series would be less. So, you know, normally in a series, you'd probably get 5 guys, 1 girl. But the amount of figures they'll make of that girl will be the same number as what they will probably a lot in that other series. They might bump up, like, say, a Roman or something like that. And then maybe if it was a Becky, they might bump up Becky. But, for example, there's a series coming out soon that's going to be Doudrop's first figure. And that's going to be in the Elite line, Elite 96. So I think for that one, you know, you might see some relatively low numbers. I can't remember. She might be the only woman in that series. So, yeah, I think the amount of figures they make varies on who the woman is. If it's a Sasha or a Charlotte or a Becky, you know, the numbers will be quite high. If it's a, I don't know, Dana Brooke, Doudrop, I'd imagine the numbers are quite low. And, yeah, I mean, there's not as many in a series, but they're still widely available. It's not like you can't find women's figures anywhere. I went to Smith's not that long ago. They had a Bianca Belair. They had a Charlotte. You know, they've got the women on the shelves. So, well, I can't remember what the question was. What's my favourite women's wrestler? Well, to be honest, my favourite would probably be like an Asuka, because Asuka's my favourite. So, I've said this before, like, when it comes to wrestling figure collection, there's different ways that you can go. One of the ways is to just collect a figure of, like, every wrestler. Some people want them all, and there's channels on YouTube that, you know, by people that do go and get them all. Some people like to just collect one of each superstar. Some just want Attitude Era. Some might just want modern figures. Some might just want legends. When I started, I just wanted ones with the belts. It was the belts that got me into it. So people approach it in lots of different ways. And to be honest, like, I don't think that any collection can be replicated. Like, what I mean by that is, like, what is personal to you is personal to you. Like, for me, I'd be really, like, I'd love a proper Asuka figure. They were meant to make one, actually, at WrestleMania. So, WrestleMania 35, they were going to do an Asuka that came with an entrance robe and a head piece and like 3 different masks, and it was going to be a WrestleMania 35 exclusive, and that would have been my figure. That would have been top, and they never made it. I can't remember why it got cancelled, but it did get cancelled. And what we ended up getting instead was we did get the figure, but it came out with no robe. I don't even think it had as many swappable masks. The figure itself was still great, but it wasn't the all singing, all dancing. What I want is an Asuka Ultimate Edition, because the Ultimate Edition's at a higher price point, and they go a little bit further. And so an Asuka... So my ideal women's figure has not been made yet. They haven't made an Ultimate Edition Asuka. It's got to be on the way. And who knows, maybe they'll show one off at San Diego Comic-Con. I'd like to think they will. She's definitely someone that would look great in that Ultimate Edition line. And, I think we're up to about Series 13, 14, 15 with that line. There's only 2 figures in the line, though. So there hasn't been loads. But, we've started to see, like, a couple of different John Cenas and whatever. They're starting to actually repeat certain superstars. And we still haven't had an Asuka. So, yeah, an Asuka in that Ultimate Edition is what I want. Dark Knight said, have you ever thought about investing in a 3D printer, and you could then make your own wrestling and UFC figures, and you could even create one of yourself? No, to be honest. That sounds fun, but my focus right now is on trying to make the streams more engaging, trying to find a way of like introducing that new post show and getting some videos onto the channel. I've been talking about that all year. But, we're finally at a point where it's really not that far away now. So, yeah, that's where my focus is at the moment. Hence why I've not looked into women's Euros or pre-season football or 3D printers or anything like that. My focus is I'm trying to make the streams and the things that we do the best that we can. I feel like you guys are seeing some of those improvements now, which is good. Because a lot of the stuff that happens away from streams. So, I think that theory will be used so that Roman or Brock won't get pinned, says KD Dillards. Big Time Back said, fans think Charlotte takes the title off Liv, but the draft is going to happen in a few months. Could Charlotte move to Raw? Becky to SmackDown, setting up Bianca, Charlotte, and Becky Ronda at Mania. Well, I do think Becky Ronda is rumoured to be the plan, so definitely think that's where we could be heading to, yes. Against the ropes goes Carmella. We are underway with our second match of the evening. Okay, we've got Bianca in the corner. Carmella is wrapping her legs around the head of Bianca. Corey Graves, obviously very animated on commentary as Carmella goes up top. Comes crashing down on Bianca, and a kick out by Belair. Nice little roll through by Carmella. Carmella asking a few questions. Bianca in a little bit of trouble. Bianca going hard into the corner. We've had an hour of the show already. A badass with a great ass, says Corey Graves. A badass with a great ass. I think he's talking about Brock. I have to say your backdrop might be a night out in Bangkok, but it gives me mostly Blade Runner vibes. I don't know what to tell you. I am 100% in Bangkok. It's where I live. It's where I spend my nights out. Bianca has got Carmella up and big suplex. Big suplex. We're just seeing Big's Time, who's sat on commentary, watching on. As Bianca shaking her head, getting up to her feet. Charging over. Down goes Carmella. Carmella head first into the turnbuckle. And again, one more for the road. She gets chucked into all the turnbuckles. Stomped to the midsection. So this match has taken us from hour 1 into hour 2. Lovely little backflip there by Bianca. Smile on her face. She's in the rhythm of the match. Nice little roll through, though, by Carmella. Reversed by Bianca. 2 count. Bianca pops up. Bianca flips over the top. Carmella comes over. Bianca grabs her. Picks her up. Slams her down. Carmella didn't take that well. Bianca tries to go against the ropes. Carmella grabs the leg of Bianca. Standing moonsault. Knees up by Carmella. Nice kick to the side of the head by Carmella. 1, 2. Oh, imagine if she just got the 3 there. That would be crazy. Close little 2 count. There's lots of moments in this match where they're clearly pausing, trying to get into position to do a certain spot. The flow of it is not, 100%, but for a little TV thing, it's all right. Bianca grabs Carmella. She's looking to power her up. She's got her up. Hurls her into top turnbuckle. Now she's going for the KOD. Carmella holding on to that top rope. Looks like the KOD is coming, but now she's using her legs. Oh, nowhere to go. Oh, reversed by Carmella. 1, 2. She reversed the KOD, but couldn't get the 3. This for the women's title. My favourite wrestler is always going to be Edge, says Dab for the Fetty. Why do WWE do so many rematches, says Luke. I think it's so that they don't burn through so many different matchups. I think they can get away with it, to be honest. I think they do a lot of rematches to kill time. I think that's the sad fact. Sad fact is they have to find a way of filling 5 hours of TV time every week. And if they weren't doing rematches, you would quite quickly burn through a lot of your matches that you might want to save for like big pay-per-views. So that's why you get a lot of rematches week after week after week. I mean, that's why you get Brawling Brutes New Day for like 11 weeks in a row, because you can do Xavier Wood against Butch, you can do Kofi versus Butch, you can do Xavier Woods and Kofi versus Butch and Ridge, you can do Xavier versus Ridge, Kofi versus Ridge, and you can just cycle through and just kill time. It is to kill time. And to be honest, people watch, don't they? We still tune in. Even though it's something that annoys us and we criticize it, it's not bad enough so that we stop watching. If we did stop watching, they would change it. If people just like, nah, I've had enough. There's too many rematches, I'm done, and stopped watching, WWE would be forced into changing it. But to be honest, the ratings, they do slowly decline over time, and they have been declining over time, but there's an argument that that's because of how people watch TV now more than it is a reflection of the current product. If you look at their socials are still blowing up. We're on the outside as Bianca's got Carmella up. Rake of the eyes there by Carmella. Into the ring goes Carmella. Oh, Bianca comes round. Becky was about to interfere. Oh, count out. So, a decent match. Becky distracts. And it is a count out win. So, a count out win for Carmella. She's holding up the Raw Women's Championship. She thinks she's the champion. She clearly is not. She clearly is not. She knows that she's not as well. So, yeah, it is a count out. And forearm strike there by Bianca. And now a KOD to Carmella. We're seeing an angry Bianca Belair. So Carmella is holding up that championship. Adamant that she's won it. But Bianca KODs takes that title away from her. And this is a messy situation. Carmella versus Becky versus Bianca at SummerSlam, says Junior. It does feel like we're heading that way. Becky standing in the entranceway at the moment. So it is a victory for Carmella. Carmella wins by count out. So we had a Becky promo. And then Carmella beats Bianca by count out. Right, let's update the scroll at the bottom. Boom. Nice. Also, would be great if I could spell results. Right, we're just seeing last week. Last week we got AJ. AJ beating Miz. Ciampa attacking. Pinning the champion is stupid. Brendan said, no balance. WWE caters too much to casuals. AEW caters too much to diehards. What can be done? Just move a little more to the center ground. I think AEW could do with explaining who people are and investing in a bit of character development a little bit more. And as you said, you know, there can be a lot of things that play out on Dark Elevation, being the elite. There's quite a few like little in jokes and stuff like that, which, you know, they could easily kind of dial back. And WWE just don't need to repeat themselves so much. I understand why WWE do it. And I understand why AEW do it. But I do think there's probably a sweeter spot to be found in the middle. I do agree. It does feel, certainly, you know, WWE in particular, because we're watching it, there is a lot of recapping. If you was to take a Raw episode and take out the adverts, I think that gets us down to like 1 hour 50 or whatever, right? Out of 3 hours. Or 2 hours 10, something like that. It's around that ballpark. You can easily lose a third of the show to adverts. I honestly don't know what happens if you then take out like recap video packages, how much we go down to then. I genuinely don't know. If you take out entrances as well, we go down further. Like, honestly, we could be looking at a very small amount of actual, like, original content, like actual content that comes out each week. You could be looking at like less than an hour on a 3-hour show if you take out recaps, adverts, entrances. It is kind of crazy. A casual wrestling fan probably hasn't heard of AEW, says James. Knight Rider said Logan Paul and AJ versus Miz and Ciampa at SummerSlam. So we do have Miz and Ciampa making their way out now. Miz and Ciampa. Ciampa is learning from the Miz, says Sean. Do you think Bianca is going to be one of those career baby faces? I can't see people booing her. She feels like a babyface, doesn't she? Yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if they turned her heel, but I mean, never say never. Never say never. It's I'm trying to think, like, who is a career babyface? It's hard to think of people that just stay either face or heel. Like, they tend to turn and dabble at some point, but yeah, it feels like the majority of her career she'll be a face. She's so likable. Yeah, swinging her hair around, skipping her way down. I think she's got a real good connection with kids as well. I think like the young kids kind of look up to her. So, in other words, AEW think their fans watch everything. WWE thinks their fans don't remember. I don't know, to be honest. I don't think WWE don't think their fans don't remember. I think that WWE just don't care about their fans that watch every week because, again, I think WWE know their fans that watch every week are going to watch every week. So they don't have to really program with those in mind. What they're programming for is for the people that are flicking channels. If you're flicking through channels, or if you are new to wrestling and you just thought you'd give it a go, or you've heard about it, or something's caught your attention, or maybe you saw an interview with Roman and you wanted to check out, see what they were doing, or maybe you're a lapsed fan that's been away and now you're going to come back. Or the thing is that wrestling, it does need to be accessible. You do need to be able to jump in and pretty much pick up storylines from that episode. So I do understand why they do it, because the audience they're trying to capture is much bigger than the audience they have on a regular basis. The audience they have week in, week out is about 1.5, but, the potential audience that's out there is millions and millions and millions and millions and millions. So I can understand. I can understand why they're trying to do that. It is frustrating to those of us that do watch every week, but I think the sad truth is WWE just doesn't care, because they know that we'll watch every week regardless. They'll know that, they don't need to change anything. They are trying to get new viewers, and this is, a good way of... Oh, here's one, look. Now we've got the spooky vignette. So, again, very similar to what we've seen before. Just seeing some ruins and hands, and we're seeing the medal. Yeah, so the vignette, we see the vignette again, and it doesn't feel much different to anything that we've seen before. I mean, there's like little noises in there. There's a few ruins and crumbling buildings. There's a few candles, close-ups of candles. There's a tunnel. There's there's a lot of the same imagery that we've been seeing, and we've been seeing this every week, whereby it's largely the same vignette, but just with a few frames that get changed. And to be honest, my feeling on it is that they filmed one vignette, and rather than just repeating showing it, I think they're just trying to change little things each week to kind of make it feel a little bit fresh, a little bit different, just to try and like get as much mileage out of it as possible. I don't think as much thought has gone into this as, say, gone into the Funhouse. So, yeah, I think they're just trying to stretch it out a little bit. There will be a second vignette tonight, probably, says Erase Your Minds. I wonder what wrestler has spent the most days as a heel. Yeah, that'd be interesting. I mean, there's some that's pretty much... I mean, like, Ric Flair must have spent a long time as a heel. He must have spent a long, long time. I feel like he went throughout the 80s, a lot of the 90s as a heel. So I feel like Ric Flair might be in the running. The original Sheik as well. I mean, I think he was pretty much a heel throughout his whole run. In regards to, like, WWE, Randy Orton has been a heel for a long, long time. I know he's having a face run at the moment, but I feel like he had quite a good run. A lot of those kind of classic superstars, like I think about the Iron Sheik, don't think they've got the longevity. Here's Logan Paul. I'm coming for you at SummerSlam. So we hear from Logan Paul. I know what you're doing. You're stirring up the controversy, says the Miz. I'm giving you one last chance. So, Miz giving Logan one last chance. And I don't think I need to look very far. He turns to Ciampa. Ciampa gives a little wave. I know that people aren't going to like Ciampa in this role, but it does look and feel to me like Ciampa is going to be with The Miz maybe for a little while, and ultimately he'll turn on him. Here's AJ. Here's AJ. AJ making his way out. I agree with you as far as WWE's strategy. If they'd got more viewers, not just the same 2 million. AEW has the same problem on the other extreme with their 1 million. Well, we don't know how many new viewers they're getting, do we? I mean, the thing is that people are leaving but coming all the time. If you think about the kids that are getting into WWE, I mean, then their numbers are staying around that 1.6, 1.5, 1.6 kind of area for Raw. But that's not the same 1.6 that's watching every single week. People are going, and, you know, new kids are coming in particular, and new people are watching each week. So it's kind of a constant churn. So you do have to cater to new people. Otherwise, what would happen is that number would decline a lot quicker. AJ on the outsides. Coward, shout out to you. What is your dream match that never happens? Mine would probably be Undertaker versus Sting. Right, AJ Styles has made his way out. Says that The Miz has got tiny, tiny balls. I can confirm that. Don't ask me how. Right, AJ gets into the ring, throws the chair at The Miz. So AJ Styles getting in and chucking some chairs around. Here's Ezekiel. Are we leading towards AJ and Ezekiel, are we? Against Miz and Ciampa? I've not had a chance to introduce myself, says Ezekiel. I'm Elias's younger brother. Elias used to talk about how phenomenal you were. Ezekiel said one of the other things he's obsessed with is the fact the Miz has tiny balls. The Miz is not happy. I am zeked up for this, says Dark Angel. LDTV, shout out to you. We'd be all zeked up if this turned into a tag team match. So, feels like that's where we're heading. So, AJ and Ezekiel versus Miz and Ciampa. There we go, handshake, and looks like that's what we're getting. Ciampa, can't believe it, he's gutted. Ciampa's gutted. Right. Any news on KO? Why he's been absent? I haven't seen any news on it, no. Obviously, he was been away for a bit for family reasons. He did jump onto social media, but he didn't really say much. So, no, I don't know why he's away. Can have a look, actually, see what he's tweeted recently. Kevin Owens. I haven't even heard any reports on it. He was a couple of days ago with that Bruce guy. There's an image of him with, I don't know if you know who that boomer is, but there's a boomer there who I think does maybe some NFL or something. So Kevin Owens made it to that to surprise this Bruce guy. That was a really nice moment, actually. I don't know who that guy is, but he's a big Kevin Owens fan. And when Owens came, like, walking over, he was like, oh, my God, it's Kevin Owens. And he was, like, proper freaking out. It was really nice. It was really nice to see. So, yeah, he has been out and about. There's a picture of him here in some kind of soccer jersey at a soccer game. And as I said, the Vancouver Canucks. He surprised someone called Bruce. So that was Bruce Baldrew. NHL it was. NHL. Facts. And that's the only news, to be honest. For those asking why there's a panda on my new shirt, allow me to explain. Here's what happened. Joe, what do you want on your next shirt? Me. I don't know. A panda. Joe. A panda. Why? Me. Because pandas rule. Joe. Okay. So that's how the conversation went between someone at WWE Shop and Kevin Owens. Joe said, okay, if that's what you want, we can do that. And that is the shirt that's come out now. So there we go. Kevin Owens rules. Also, pandas. So fight, Owens, fight. If you are a fan of Kevin Owens and a fan of pandas, great news. WWE has smashed the two together in one item of clothing that you can get from WWE Shop right now. Brenton said, I heard Cornette's criticism of Sting Taker Dream Match. I would say Sting Taker best out of 2 out of 3. Sting beating Taker at Survivor Series. Taker winning at Mania and then a tag team match afterwards. Big Time Back said, if we got Bianca versus Becky versus Carmella at SummerSlam, how likely is WWE doing another triple threat involving Liv, Natalya, Ronda? Looks like Liv Ronda might end in a DQ. KO, the Dragon Warrior, confirmed, said Smurfy Tunes. Dort Knight said there was some confusion. Some people were questioning why the Raw stream was on after 4. I set them straight, but I don't want you to lose views. I very much doubt we will be losing views. For the fact we've got 2 streams that are set up. I do need to try and maybe get review in the thumbnail for that, but I just wanted something that was kind of like a holding image. So if there's a way of getting review added to that thumbnail, I'll try and do it. But yes, we are doing a kind of thought, so as soon as the stream ends, as soon as the show ends, this stream will end. I've then got about 5 minutes to try and get another stream set up, which I'm quite hopeful that I'll be able to do. And then I'll be putting everything into that. And as I said, there is a new way for you lot to vote, which I'm really excited for, but might not work. I need you to know I am very aware it might not work. So, but we're going to give it a go. As I said, I've got high hopes. So, we'll see how it goes. He is Bruce Boudreau, a former NHL head coach of a couple of hockey teams. How would you feel if I defeated Roman? I'd be disgusted, Aiden. I'd be disgusted. Because I would want to know what your credentials are. And I'd want to know how you was able to beat the tribal chief. I'd be appalled. Because in my mind, I can only imagine you've had an affair with Vince McMahon. And rather than take hush money, you've said that you want to beat Roman Reigns. So in my mind, something very seedy will have been going on. And that will not sit right with me at all. Richard said, do you think Dominic will betray his father and join Balor and Priest? To be honest, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to go that way or if they're just teasing it and it never actually gets that way. But I would like it to go that way because I think what we're seeing at the moment is Dominic very much in the shadow of Rey. And I want to see Dominic out on his own now. I mean, Rey does not need to hold his hand anymore. In fact, he should never have held his hand from the start because if you need your hand to be held at this level, then I would say you shouldn't be at this level. But you know, he was fast tracked. He skipped NXT. I mean, I don't even know if he skipped indie wrestling as well. I mean, clearly he's going to have been doing stuff with his dad as he's been growing up. I don't doubt the fact that he's not been wrestling or training or doing stuff throughout his whole life. But, yeah, I sort of feel like if he has got ambitions of being like a pro wrestler, then now is as good a time as any for him to go off on his own. And maybe if he turns on his dad, gets a bit of heat, joins this faction, he can still be protected because I'm sure he'll be involved in a lot of tag matches with maybe a Damian Priest, maybe 6-man matches, and then ultimately he can go on to have singles matches. So, yeah, you know, he's kind of leaving the protection of his father and joining the protection of a group, a faction. So I don't mind it. Does it feel like he fits? Not really, but we've seen many times WWE having to put square pegs into round holes. And, you know, maybe this is another one they'll have to do. I'd be more excited in Dominic if he joined the Judgment Day than I am him staying with Rey. What it does for Judgment Day, I don't know. It could be not great for Judgment Day, let's put it that way. But look at it from the Dominic point of view. I'd be more into him if he did join. We are seeing Miz beating up on Ezekiel at the moment, throwing him into the commentary table. Brendan said, I would have Taker at Mania in the same way he beat Kane at WrestleMania 14. Take all the energy to beat Sting, and Taker realizes they are equal, become an unstoppable team. Taker wins 2 of the 3, loses the first. PCO versus Mankind, says Eric. Alex said, fun fact about NXT UK, there have been 7 tag champs and 4 champions for both the male and female. Do you think these long reigns are good with the limited audience? I do think they're good, yes, because I actually think that brand feels prestigious. It's not a brand that I watch, but it is a brand that I do respect. And I just think that the roster depth isn't quite there. They're trying a lot of new people. But it's kind of like another form of NXT, but a form of NXT that just doesn't have the spotlight on it as bright. I can understand that if you was to watch it every week, I would imagine it's a very entertaining product. I also think that there's only a few things that, when it comes to NXT, really resonates with the wider audience. When it comes to NXT UK, like you could do tournaments, that heritage thing that had different rules. That didn't really resonate. You could bring in certain people from NXT. Hasn't really resonated. I haven't seen too many people talking about the fact that they've been using Ivy Nile over there, or that Pretty Deadly switched brands. I think there's a few others. I think Roderick Strong went over and did a few things. That didn't seem to have much impact. So there's not much that really tends to resonate with the wider wrestling kind of fan base. But if you change champion, it does. If NXT UK crowns a new champion, that is big news. And it's only big news because they don't do it that often. If they were to hotshot it and do it on a regular basis, they would lose that as well. And then not only are people not talking about you, they're also not going to care when you crown a new champion. So I do think that is to their benefit. I do think that long title reigns is one of the things that brand has been doing right, because when it does change, it has a big impact, and I don't think that's stopping people tuning in. I just think that the actual spotlight that's on it, the promotion of it, it just doesn't feel like the WWE machine is quite behind it. Put it this way, if Vince cared about it, or if Vince believed in it, and if WWE put any kind of emphasis on it, its ratings would go up. Simple as that. Its ratings would go up. And there's about 1 billion different things that you could do. I mean, you could take main roster stars and just put them in there for a little bit if you ain't got nothing for them. And you could do some interesting stuff there. You could have them invade NXT. You could do an NXT UK NXT pay-per-view. You could involve NXT UK superstars in some of the big kind of shows like Royal Rumble, or you could even have like a Team NXT UK against Team NXT at Survivor Series. Like there's plenty of things that you could do. They just don't do them. Like the most adventurous that we get is when they send a few NXT stars over there. And as I said, that just hasn't really had much impact on the ratings. You're English and you don't watch NXT UK. You should be ashamed. Oh, I'm already ashamed. I'm already ashamed for plenty of different reasons. I don't need to add to the list. Unbroken said, did you know that the US would have never existed if it were not for pirates? Leonardo said, you grew up in the UK. What major promotions from the UK did you like or watch? I'm not familiar. To be honest, none. So when I was growing up, there was none that were on TV. There used to be. In the UK, we had World of Sport, which was on every, I think it was Saturday, about 2 o'clock-ish on ITV. And I think it was ITV. Either BBC or ITV. It was on free-to-air, so everyone could watch it. And other weekend, families would sit down and watch the wrestling. The kids would watch it, the dads, the nans. People, when they were having their lunch, would sit down, they would watch the wrestling. It was a big thing. People like Giant Haystacks and Big Daddy, like these are, Mick McManus. These are names that I could say to my dad who has never watched WWE, right? I could say to him, like, Big Daddy, he would know exactly who that is. Giant Haystacks, he would know who that is. These people were on talk shows. They were big celebrities. Big Daddy had like a Christmas annual that came out. Like, you could go to the shops and buy like the Big Daddy annual every year, which would just, I don't know what was in it. Pictures of Big Daddy and interviews and articles and, I don't know, Big Daddy's diet, what Big Daddy does in a day. I don't know, I ain't got a clue what was in it, but, there was just stuff like that you could buy in the shops. But I missed all of that because by the time I was growing up, that had sadly already gone. It already kind of run its course, and it wasn't on TV anymore, so I never saw it. So it was only videotapes that my cousin was showing me of WWE, WWF at the time that, you know, kind of introduced me to wrestling. And then from there, I mean, there was like a World of Sport revival, which had, I think Doudrop was in it. She was in it. I think Osprey was in it. British Bulldog Jr., Davey Boy Smith Jr. was in it. D.H. Smith. There was a few people that were in the revival, but I mean, that was on TV about 5 years ago or so, and only lasted, I think, 1 season. Maybe 2. Wasn't a success. AJ trying to get the pin. We are back from commercial break here. Ciampa gets thrown out the ring. So yeah, growing up, the WCW, WWF, that was it. Those were the only 2 that I ever saw growing up. And then, obviously, TNA comes along. You might have found ECW somewhere, but I never found it. Strikes here by Ciampa, and now the internet's around. You've got access to everything. So, Ciampa has jumped in, and I believe it's a DQ win for AJ and Ezekiel. AJ Styles goes over the top. Comes crashing down, and we are just seeing The Miz in the entranceway. Scarpering away. Ciampa is down. This match is boring. Yeah, it was a bit dull. Right, we're seeing Bobby Lashley backstage. The United States champion might have an open challenge tonight, thinking about it. Here's Riddle. When my mum was little, she saw Big Daddy Giant Haystacks at the local centre. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, have they changed this, have they? This tag match now. They did advertise a Bobby Lashley Open Challenge. Maybe we could watch some Stranger Things. Why does Riddle want to watch Stranger Things? Have they paid an advert? Okay, so here's Alexa. Alexa making her way out. Alexa coming out with Lily. Feels like she's about to have a match. So it's going to be Alexa and Asuka taking on Doudrop and Nikki. So there we go. I'd rather be watching Stranger Things. Okay, so we had AJ and Ezekiel. Do you know what? I genuinely don't know how you spell Ezekiel. Beat Miz and Ciampa by DQ. That was the next thing that we got. Let's save that in the bottom. Miz and Ciampa's name, Too Awesome. Is that their name? What are we doing with Alexa at this point? I genuinely don't know. I mean, she's just on the show, and that's better than, you know, not being on the show. Who do you think's better, Miz or John Cena? I would say John Cena. Arabian Knight said WWF WWE used to make people in the ring fight. Do they do that in 2022? We have seen 3 matches tonight, yes. Yes, it is something that is still happening, yes. Coach Co, shout out to you, said the first college football game was played on November 6th, 1869 between Rutgers and Princeton. There we go, fun fact. Alexa and Lily time. Let's change this over. At 451 likes. Drop a like if you haven't already. It'd be always nice to try and hit that big 500. We're only 49 away. You can see in the top corner, that side. Big shout out to everyone that's left a like as we are working our way through this show. Here we go. That's what's up next. Are you coming to SummerSlam? I'm not. Is it true something with Lily getting stolen? Lily's not been stolen, so I can't say that that's a storyline that I'm anticipating, but it can always happen. Will WWE just let Asuka and Alexa win this? Well, it's going to be interesting to see what they do, actually. I mean, has Asuka now moved on from Becky? Asuka didn't come out during that Becky kind of segment earlier. Will Becky come out now? I mean, I feel like their feud might be done. But what next for Asuka? The doll is the #1 selling merch in WWE for the last 14 months, says Junior N. Yeah. Lily is my personal toilet paper, says Erasure Minds. Matt said, I like the background. It's interesting. Appreciate that, dudes. We did get a little bit of feedback, and feedback is always welcome. I had a lot of criticism. I was blinded by criticism. A lot of haters out there. Haters are going to hate, guys. And a lot of haters were hitting me up. And they were like, loving the backgrounds, but your laptop is too small. And I heard that feedback. I took it on board and I invested in a brand new laptop. So as you can see, this is now a bigger laptop. I'm sure many of you will have spotted that already. But compared to the one that was here on Friday, this is a bigger laptop. And I've gone out, I've bought it. It looks bigger, more credible. And hopefully that is going to quiet the haters down. But, yeah, feel free to hate on something else instead now. Feedback is always welcome. Will Dean Ambrose's wife fractured relationship Vince make it harder for him to return? I think if Vince, like, if he wants to return and Vince wants him to return, it will happen. That done. But to be honest, I just don't think he's going to. I don't think Dean ever wants to return. I don't think that Ambrose is looking to return to WWE because there's nothing there for him. He wants to do the deathmatch stuff, you know. He wants to go further than WWE will ever allow. And right now, I think he's just absolutely loving life. I mean, will he come back to go into the Hall of Fame? I could see that. But I mean, that'll just be a one-off thing going into the Hall of Fame. I don't know that I can see him coming back for a run. Here's Asuka. Asuka making her way down. Dancing away, even though she lost in that main event last week, which was disappointing. As an Asuka fan, I was disappointed, but she's still the best to do it. That would be hilarious. Miz and Ciampa, ring announcer calls tiny balls and then laughs uncomfortably. Blaze said, I think I'm started the messages on the tiny laptop. I'm sorry. It wasn't hate. I'm just here to help. Well, to be honest, I can't remember who was putting the comments in. So if it was you, it certainly didn't affect me enough to remember who it was. But I must have had about 1,000 messages, and I'm probably exaggerating that by about 1,000. But I did fix it. That's what I'm saying. And I will fix the alerts, and I will fix the like thing. And as we said, we're going to keep growing. Onwards and upwards, baby. Dewdrop is here with Nikki ASH. Nikki in her black gear. And Dewdrop in black as well. Nikki making her way down. So Asuka and Alexa against Dewdrop and Nikki. The question is for Days. Would WWE ever consider having an after-hours show for adults that's a bit less PG? Oh, I can't say they will never consider it, but there's no conversation of it. And to be honest, I don't know if that's something that they would look at, because I think it sends like mixed messages, doesn't it? Your programming is catering to family, but then you've got a show that doesn't do that. You know, the kids are going to want to watch that more adult-orientated show, but it's not really for them. And then, like, if you do get people that are watching that show, how are you going to cater for them when you get to a pay-per-view? If you, if you show them a more adult kind of orientated product, how are you going to build stories, and how are you going to actually give them? I mean, it would need its own roster, basically. It would need its own roster, and it wouldn't be able to really build or bring viewers over to Raw and SmackDown, because that would be a completely different product, wouldn't it? That product's more family orientated, so I don't know. I feel like you're probably sending out mixed messages. I suppose in a way what Triple H has tried to do is make NXT that. He's tried to make NXT that more kind of adult-friendly product. The only problem you've got with that is that people watch NXT and then get disappointed when people get called up and they get used in a way that they don't agree with. Do you know what I mean? Like the Revival are amazing down in NXT having killer matches, and then they come up to the main roster and they're shaving each other's backs. So it's, again, that didn't work. And Vince clearly wasn't happy with it, because Vince doesn't want people that can necessarily go in the ring. He wants big, impressive-looking monsters, which is why he's taken over NXT now and changed its direction. Although there is some talk that maybe Triple H has kind of come back. There was a report that he said to the staff there that he was back, but haven't heard any more on that. We are underway with this match, and Nikki is all over Alexa. It's kind of weird to see, considering they've got quite a rich history. Has Alexa got some new tattoos? Because she seems to have like a tattoo here, which I don't remember seeing before. Is that... maybe I've just not paid attention. Brady'll know. In the corner goes Alexa. Nikki charges over. Double clothesline. Both women go down. We're actually an hour and 50 minutes into this Raw as well, you know. We know that the Dynamite feed doesn't cut off. Have SmackDown or Raw feeds ever gone long? No. Well, I mean, I think they might have, like, overrun and had overruns. But they have been allowed overruns in the past. But the Dynamite feed is different, because that's on Fight TV. There's nothing that's following it. Whereas obviously on a network, you've got shows that you have to go to. Nikki ASH going up top. Comes down straight into a knee by Asuka. So Nikki ASH comes crashing down. Big kicks coming in by Asuka. Asuka going hip attack to Dewdrop. Dewdrop goes down. Sliding knee. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Nikki ASH, and the match continues. You think Solo from NXT will join the Usos one day? Yeah, I think there's definitely potential for that, yes. I think the thing is that he needed a bit of seasoning. I don't think he's got a great deal of experience. So he needed some like NXT seasoning. I don't know if they're in much of a rush to bring him up. I think Vince, definitely will see some potential, but I think the bloodline's been fine, hasn't it, without him? But right, it's a win for Alexa and Asuka. It's a relatively short match. But it is Alexa that gets the pin and the win on Nikki ASH. So Alexa and Asuka beat Nikki and Doudrop. Boom. Short match. Asuka is gesturing over at Nikki and Doudrop. She's having a great time. So a win for Asuka, which is good following last week's disappointment. And now we're moving on to the tag match. We're seeing the tag match from Money in the Bank. Disregard the haters. Us internationally recognized superstars don't concern ourselves with peasantry. Well said. Well said, Brenton. They're the twos. We the ones. Here come the Usos. Usos, we knew they were there. They were watching backstage. Obviously, they are the Raw and SmackDown Tag Team Champions. Making their way out. Edward, good night. Do you think WWE will push Logan Paul further in storylines? I think WWE will push Logan Paul for as long as they can. I think if he is someone that's going to be around for a while, then yes, they will look to push him. He's a big, big star. It's obviously a bit controversial because he is a celebrity. And I personally prefer to see people that are doing it week in, week out, get their shine, rather than people that just have these occasional matches. But yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that they would love to get as much of his fan base watching the product as possible, and best way of doing that is put him in some really interesting stories, and actually maybe not even give him like loads like wins. Like, you could have it so that he's being cheated by the Miz and denied victory, but finally gets the win at some point, and really take his fans on a journey. So the Usos have made their way down. Looks like we're going to get a singles match. I don't think Usos are underwhelming. I think they're good as Roman's flunkies, but their status has suffered. I completely agree. We've spoke about that, about how Roman needs some people that do the bumping for him. Like how Seth had J&J Security. Like, you need people, you think about Jinder when he was champion, he had the Singh brothers. You need your champion to, be under attack. He's got challenges that he's got to try and face. And you need those challengers and challenges to look legit and look like a threat. And one of the best ways of doing that is by have them beating up, the kind of support network of the champion, be it the manager, be it the valet, be it the flunkies, as you say. And it is true, we've seen the Usos getting chucked around a lot. And it's not a great look for them as superstars in their own right. I do agree. I wish that I've no problem with them being by Roman's side, but I wish there was just a couple more people that took those kinds of bumps. So rather than it being the Usos. I agree completely. Eric, shout out to you, says, Cinema Snob liked your Thor thumbnail that I posted. Here we go. James Chadwick said, Usos underrated, Young Bucks overrated. Ron said, I hate these rematches, but at least the Usos are actually wrestling every week. Knight Rider said, Tyson Fury versus The Miz at Clash at the Castle in a boxing exhibition match. Remember, The Miz has boxed before, says Knight Rider. Briscoes are the best tag team, says Fife Dog. Darcy, hello Darcy, hope you're well, buds. Do you consider Asuka a career natural babyface? She's super bubbly and likable, plus being really good in the ring is hard to hate. No, to be honest, because she has shown her darker side with the Kana outside of WWE. Some of her stuff that she was doing in Japan. I mean, I saw footage which did the round on social media of her getting smashed by, I think it was Suzuki, who jumped into the ring and was pounding away like elbows into her head and just beating her up. Like she was in a tag team, mixed tag with Kenny. She's done like mixed tag matches and all this kind of stuff. She's done some pretty out there stuff. And the Kana character was quite dark, quite extreme. There was she had like more like Jokerish kind of face paint, and I think that with Asuka, having her in this role where she is happy and dancing and all that kind of stuff, it really works for her as a face. But I mean, I think you'd be doing her a disservice to suggest that she couldn't be a heel, because I think she absolutely could. And actually, you know, going back to what we said with Bianca, I think you could make Bianca a heel. There's no reason why Bianca couldn't turn heel. You know, if you look at someone like Bayley, who was super bubbly and friendly and all that kind of stuff, and then she turned heel. You know, I think anyone has got that ability. I do think, though, that what we're doing with Asuka at the moment is working. I think people seem to be enjoying it. I think people are on Asuka's side, even though there's that language barrier. I think it's working for her. But, no, if and when needed, I think you could turn a heel and maybe lean a little bit more into that kind of Kana type character. I feel like we have seen a bit of a heel Asuka at times, but usually only quite fleeting. But she is, yeah. I mean, look, she's clearly more a face at the moment, and she's doing a great job. Right, we've got Usos in the ring. We're just seeing that there will be a mystery special guest referee at SummerSlam that was announced. Anyone got any ideas as to who that's going to be? Bloodline is now in your city, so Usos Street Profits. SummerSlam mystery referee. We're just hearing a promo right now. Special ref could be Shane, says Larry. Booker T? So we are just getting a Usos promo at the moment. Wrestle with Andy says Solo Sikoa. Oh, you think that might be how they bring him up? Normally, I would imagine that would be... Yeah, I feel like it's not the Usos that are going to choose. I don't know who's choosing. I do like Solo Sikoa as being that pick, though. Here come the Street Profits. In my mind, if I was to say who it's going to be, I would think it'd be someone like Shane. I feel like it's WWE that are choosing it, and I don't think WWE would be choosing Solo Sikoa, but I really like that as an idea as to how you bring him up. If it was the Usos that were choosing it, I would say almost certainly that's the way that it could go, yeah. But I think it's like Adam Pearce, Vince that chooses. Dwayne the Ref Johnson. Rock's daughter says a deal. I think it's way too soon. She's only done one house show. Here's Street Profits. So Street Profits making their way down. You hit us with everything you had at Money in the Bank. We got just under an hour to go. Just under an hour to go. At SummerSlam, we're taking all of those championships. We want the smoke. Street Profits making their intentions very clear. Here's R-Truth. R-Truth's come out. It's not going to be like this. Calm down. We're in San Antonio. The city of brotherly love. He's a divorce attorney. He's a marriage counselor. He said he can even fly one of those Top Gun aeroplanes. He is certified tag team counselor. He's showing off his certificate. We're trying to handle business. Unless you've got a damn referee shirt on under there. He is also certified referee. He's also a certified referee. So he is a certified referee. And he has got the shirt on. R-Truth is certified. That's a fact. That is a fact. So he says he wants to audition. So he wants to audition to be the referee for SummerSlam. And now he's showing what he would do. He's showing that he would count them out if they were out the ring. And he's showing that he can do that count. He can count to 10. Don't get on the middle. William, shout out to you. Edge will be the ref. Have you travelled with LNER that the fast to London? Don't think so. I think when I was going to London, it was Virgin trains that were running it. Okay, we've got Usos in the ring, Street Profits in the ring, R-Truth in the ring. R-Truth is saying that he wants to audition to be the referee. Do you want to see this clown-ass fight? R-Truth is trying to take off his ref shirt. He's struggling. Uso's just having a little smile. There we go. He's took it off. I'll fight both of you. I'll fight both of you, but I am talking about with these as well. Okay, so are we building to a 6-man now? Who's coming out? A Moss is coming out. What is this segment? What is this segment? How? What? I mean, this is a segment to try and build Usos and Street Profits. I can understand R-Truth like trying to like audition to be a ref, but now we've got a Moss. MVP says, "How about we have a Moss as the special guest referee?" So, are we looking at Usos and Amos versus R-Truth and Street Profits? Cena could be the special ref. Hint R-Truth outfit, says Adil. Right, there we go. They launch at them. Amos grabs the Street Profits. Street Profits get hurled into the Usos. Down goes R-Truth. R-Truth goes down. We got just over 50 minutes to go. I'm guessing we're going to go to commercial break right now. Or maybe we're not even getting the match. Okay, I have no idea if we're getting the match or not. No idea at all. Can you stream Stranger Things? No. Don't you think Naomi should have been part of the bloodline sooner? Maybe would have avoided her and Sasha walking out. Probably would have avoided bad creative too. Yes. But you would need her to be feuding with someone. And you would have to have changed, really, the way that the bloodline stuff was going. That's just not the creative they had. I mean, yeah, I think that her being in the bloodline is something people would have really enjoyed. But, I don't know, man. I can't criticize what they did, to be honest, because they still used her in a pretty big way. She wasn't, like, a champion. So really, the next best thing you could do would be to put her in a tag team and with Sasha. I mean, that's probably the next best thing you can do. And then they did have those women's tag champ titles, but I mean, those don't really mean anything. And WWE aren't looking for them to mean anything. We've spoken before about how you're either the women's champion or you're just really on the back burner. You're either like the champ or a challenger for those two big belts, or you're really on the back burner. Like a women's tag division, they just don't care about. They've got no interest in. But it's probably the best thing you can be doing if you're not around the title picture. So, yeah, putting her in the bloodline would have been cool. But clearly they would have had to have completely changed their kind of creative, found, something for her to have done and gone up against. And you would have needed, like, a threat to the bloodline. I mean, maybe you could have done, like, Street Profits and all of that, but We are going down a whole different road then. Do you still plan on doing a post show? Doing it tonight. So as soon as the show ends in 50 minutes, we will end. And there is a stream set up for 5 minutes after. I'm just going to need 5 minutes to try and get a few images. Again, you know, I might have been a little bit optimistic with only allowing myself 5 minutes. The thing is, I didn't want people to have to wait too long. That was my thought. My thought was, if we end, I don't want people to have to wait too long before we start our kind of like review stream. But 5 minutes is not going to give me a great deal of time, if I'm being truthful, to kind of get the images that I need to get. So, I don't know. It might be something I'll have to have a look at. We'll see. We'll see how long it takes me to set it up, but we're doing it tonight. Do you ever go to the washroom? Absolutely. Just not during streams. Brenton said, I only asked because from what I remember, fans wanted Naomi or a female to be in the bloodline, but could be wrong. No, there was definitely people that were calling for that. You are right. How many times will they try to get us to believe this match card isn't full and people can just make matches during the show? How likely do you think that Theory will actually cash in his contract at SummerSlam? The possibility of it happening, but it ruins the surprise. I think there is a 40% chance, 40% that he actually cashes it in. I think that I totally expect him to come down at that moment. I think as soon as that match ends, he comes down. The question is, does it get foiled? Which I think there's a good chance it will get foiled. I think there's a good chance that someone will, beat him up, be it the Usos, be it whatever. Or maybe, he goes over to Brock and Brock gets him before he can, start beating him up or whatever. So I think there's a chance that it gets foiled. If it does get cashed in, I think there's a chance it fails. So I think that it's actually in his... I think that he comes down, but I don't think he's going to be successful. I think the chances of him cashing in and being successful, I'm gonna go as low as 10%. 40% chance that he actually cashes it in. But if he does cash it in, I'm only saying a 10% chance that it's successful. I do not expect him to have those belts the night after SummerSlam. I think it's too obvious. I think they're using it as a way of getting you to tune in because, again, don't forget, not only is it Brock Roman, but we've got this cash in and it could happen because the person that's got it is saying that he's going to do it. But am I expecting him to actually be the champion by the time we get to the Raw after SummerSlam? No. And I still expect him to have the briefcase. That's my expectation. Just because I think if he does cash in, he could be successful. But now just feels really soon. Really, really soon. Usos and Amos versus R-Truth and the Street Profits. Street Profits. Bum, bum, bum. I would rather Theory cash in after a match. Didn't like Seth cashing in mid-match. It felt dumb to me, says Brenton. Montez and Bianca are both bulked up and looking strong, says Brent. Right, we are up and running with this six-man tag match. So, 45 minutes left to go. I must say, it does feel, maybe because I have so much that I do now, rather than just sit here and chat with you guys. I'm trying to do that, but I'm also updating the thing at the bottom. And trying to also get a few screen grabs as we're going along. So that I've got images for the post-show. I'm just trying to do a few different things. And as a result, I think it's making the show go quite quick. Street Profits in control. R-Truth charges over to Amos. He drop kicks him. Amos holds on. Street Profits drop kick as Amos goes to the outside of the ring. Over the top. Ooh. Dawkins seemed to miss his opponent then. Dawkins seemed to just come straight down onto the mat. We got R-Truth over the top, straight into the arms of Amos. Into the edge of the ring goes R-Truth. R-Truth goes down. Isn't Truth like 50? He looks great and he's still funny. He must be protected at all costs, said Darcy. Is there a 24/7 segment? I mean, look, there's every chance those superstars come running down, yes, but we haven't seen them yet. Getting hit by a teeny lifeguard makes one feel pretty. I bet it was Austin, says William. They should have kept the WWE Women's titles and not introduced the NXT Women's Tag titles. Do you remember when the WWE Women were defended on all 3 brands? Says Leonardo. I do. Yeah. That was quite fun. I mean, we did see the likes of Bayley and Sasha going to NXT. I don't know how eager, though, those superstars on the main roster would be to work NXT. I mean, I'm guessing they have to do as they're told at the end of the day, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how eager they would have been, and maybe it was a bit tricky because I don't know. Maybe there's house shows, so when those shows are done on a Wednesday, which they're now done like live, are the women's tag champs going to be free to actually go down there? Maybe some of that was factoring in. Polar bears have got black skin, and actually their fur's not even white. It's see-through. It appears white as it reflects light. R-Truth is Yoda's biological son, says Unbroken. Engo Andro said Truth should take over WWE if Vince goes. Darcy said, I checked, and he is actually 50 on the dot. So older, I thought he was late 40s, to be honest. Yeah, that's crazy. He should be protected at all costs. He's, in my mind, a future Hall of Famer, which might sound like pretty crazy, but I think he did win the NWA title in TNA. So, like, he is, like, still amongst like one of the first black world champions. He might even be the first, and I really don't know. I'd have to look. My knowledge of the recent lineage of the NWA title is quite limited because I just didn't pay TNA any. I didn't care, but he might be the first black NWA world champion. Like since that kind of like that title came into effect. So yeah, he's achieved some stuff definitely. And, you know, good longevity in WWE as well, so I don't think anyone would begrudge him going into the Hall of Fame. Unbroken said that's just not true about polar bears. Oh, here we go. Big Time Baxter said, what do you think happens with the women's tag titles? They've been inactive for over 50 days. Who cares? That's my reaction. Who cares? I don't think that they are... we don't have any women's tag teams. If we had any actual women's tag teams that I cared for, I would care. But all we do is just throw single stars together and create teams for the sake of doing it. So... I don't care if they go. It's WWE once again doing something half-hearted. You know, we saw them bring in a cruiserweight championship, and in fairness, they did like a cruiserweight tournament, and they tried to create a whole separate division. They did try, but it had a real lack of star power. They just tried to create it from scratch and hoped that it worked and got over, and it didn't. Because it needed some star power in there. And then, like, Raw Underground. Look what happened with that. And now I feel like you can add the women's tag titles to that list. Ron Simmons is the first black NWA champ. Bill Watts did it in the early 90s WCW. I don't know that he won the NWA title, though. I think it was a WCW title. I think their connection with NWA, had it ended by that point? Because the belt he wins, I'm sure, is a WCW one and not an NWA one. I don't believe he wins Big Gold. I think he wins the WCW World Heavyweight Championship. But I'd have to check that. Ron Simmons is technically the first black NWA World Champion when WCW had the rights to it. Again, though, I'd have to double check it because I am just sitting here remembering off the top of my head. But he wins the WCW World title, I'm sure. Not an NWA one. I don't know what their relationship was like at the time when he wins it. I know that Ron Simmons wins the first, or is amongst one of the first. He's not the actual first. There are some black wrestlers that win world titles, but at smaller promotions. Ron Simmons wins for WCW in the early 90s. But I genuinely don't know if that is regarded as an NWA one at the time. Could be. I know they had a connection with NWA, but that connection does end in the early 90s as well. Who do you think is a good example of a good-looking women's wrestler that can also fight or wrestle? Loads. Sasha. Asuka. Alundra Blaze. I think all women's wrestlers are beautiful. Amos has got Montez. Odd question. When you place your figures on a shelf and the WrestleMania 33 display box, was there a pattern you looked for, like all the legends on one? WrestleMania 33 display box? Don't know what you mean by that bit. Was there a pattern? I did have a pattern before. I had a pattern where I tried to put tag teams together. I'm trying to think back in Southampton. Back in Southampton, I think I had tag teams, women's wrestlers, champions. I tried to have all the belts and the champions on the top shelf, tag teams and women's wrestlers on the bottom shelf. As the collection grew, I've had a few like little layouts, different layouts, but to be honest, I've used figures in matches and done bits with them that just literally having them on the shelves at the moment is all I've gone for. But I have still tried to have the champions at the top. So even my current layout that's just next to me, I do have women on one shelf, champions at the top, and then really the rest of it is just as it is. Spinebuster by Dawkins. Another slam down there by Amos. And Amos gets the pin and the win. So Amos pins Dawkins. Amos. So there we go. So Amos and the Usos beat Street Profits and R-Truth. They're just showing us earlier tonight with Brock. I think it is a WrestleMania 30 display shelf. Looks like something fine on that. Oh, I know that one. Yeah, I've got that next to me. No, there's nothing in that. They're just, that's just where I keep the figures that are still in boxes, to be honest. But no, I've never given that any thought. In fact, I've given it so little thought, I didn't even know what you was talking about. And it's literally right next to me. Right, we are just seeing Brock from earlier as he dispatched with Alpha Academy. So when we actually get to that next stream, One of the reasons why I want to do it as a stream, as I said earlier, is because I want to get your feedback, as we always do. But what we normally do is a poll in the chat, and it was only gives you 4 options. Blaze Radio, shout out to you. I appreciate that confirmation, just to let me know. But in the chat, you only get 4 options. I have tried something different. I'll talk about it in that stream. But what I want you to do is really, really think about your score for this show. Because now, if this works, you're going to be a lot more specific than I've ever asked before. Normally, it's like, do you think this was in the 7s? Do you think this was in the 6s? Now, you should be able to nail it down to an actual score. If it works, we'll have to see. Here's Seth Rollins then, backstage. So, Seth Rollins backstage. We've got just over half an hour to go. No time for board games unless your name is Linda. Seth Drippin' Rollins. El Gigante gets a mention. Yeah! I don't care if his name's Ezekiel, Elias, Elrod, El Gigante. Nice. Giant Gonzalez. Giant Gonzalez. Who is Riddle? Is he operating on a higher plane, or is he some just idiot? He's not a person that can ride the coattails of Randy. Says Riddle can't hide behind Randy anymore. They had tag teams like Iconics, Riot Squad, Fire Desire, but they broke them up. Yep. If they still had those kind of tag teams, then I feel like the women's tag titles would still feel worthy of like keeping. But all we have now are just solo stars thrown together. Theory talking to Seth. I like these two together. You've come to the right spot. I like those two together. He used to be his disciple. Theory said, you had the greatest cash-in ever. How did you do it? I like it. Next, I'm guessing that's going to be our main event of the evening. Brenton, shout out to you. First black world champion, Ron Killings, first black NWA champion. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I mean, that was a whole conversation about does he deserve to go into the WWE Hall of Fame? And I feel like you have to take into account things that have happened outside of WWE because, you know, there's plenty of WCW stars that have gone into the WWE Hall of Fame. And I know that they now own that company, so you could make an argument, but there's people that have gone into the legacy class, for example, that have, you know, not stepped foot in a WWE ring. So, yeah, I think you kind of have to take in their whole body of work. So for me, R-Truth is a no-brainer. Build a story by telling it. Don't overthink it. Watch My Name is Bob. I like to hurt people and smoke turkey. You ain't a turkey, so get hurt. See? Story done, says William. William, Dropping some real thought-provoking comments this evening. Theory and Seth together again says, let him in. Yeah, I'm down for it, man. I really like those two together. Right, where are we? We are exactly half an hour away from the end of the show. Half an hour away. No one cares about the US title, says N-Joe Andrew. Is it Ngo Andrew? Ngo Andrew? I don't know. Let me know. What current active superstar do you think has got the closest relationship with Vince? Do you think Roman and Vince are close? Yes. I think Roman and Vince are close. They have to be because Roman's the guy. And, Vince is he's putting him in main events all the time. I think, I should imagine Vince and Randy have probably got a close relationship because of how, they've known each other for so long, like over 20 years. I mean, it's a long time, man. It's a long, long time. Been through there with, thick and thin, really. So I feel like Randy, I feel like Roman's a decent shout. I would imagine Edge has probably got a good relationship with Vince as well. Miz. I'd imagine Miz has got a great relationship with Vince. Because Miz, clearly just goes out there, does whatever Vince wants him to do. I don't know if Miz has ever... I'd be so interested to know if Miz has ever said no to anything, because a lot of the awful stuff that tends to happen, like, Miz tends to be a part of it. And I think that he probably, has got a lot of respect from Vince. Vince probably respects the fact he just goes out there, gets it done, delivers what he needs to deliver, and I can't imagine Miz complaining or anything like that. And now, he's got his show. There is another vignette. Erase Your Mind said there would be. We are seeing the burning flannel, which is a reference, I'm guessing, to that WrestleMania match. This is interesting. RKO in reference, and Cena. So we are seeing some really interesting imagery. And a goblet. So more items connected there to Edge. I think about that flannel shirt in particular. Being a reference. Foley, to Foley, yes. Lacey Evans versus Bobby. I heard somewhere that Vince is friends with R-Truth. Foley's shirt on fire, Randy shirt, Cena hat. Edge is behind the supernatural vignettes. I don't think that was ever really in doubt, was it? Saw the Cactus Jack shirts. Do you think that when they unified WWE and Universal Championship, it is like when they did it with the WWE and World Heavyweight title? I think it is. No, I don't think they're unified full time. I mean, I can only base it on what the reports have said, and the reports were that there was no plans to do that until we got quite close to WrestleMania, and then they decided to do it to make that match even bigger. But I mean, if this was something they were going to keep long term, then surely they would just have the one belt, the undisputed World Universal Championship would just have one belt. I think the fact that they've not done that, and the fact that I think there's been rumours the networks want separate champions, like both networks want their own champion. I have to keep standing by the fact that I think that this will split apart. Logan Paul next week. And as we said, we got that a second vignette, which we saw like the RKO shirts. We saw the Foley shirts. We saw the Cena. Was it a shirt or a cap? I'm a fan of Logan in the ring. He definitely exceeded expectations. It's a shame that he's going to get booed out the building next week. Brendan said, as far as the Hall of Fame goes, really anyone could get in. A good example was the Rock and Roll. They only came in for a few spots during a botched NWA invasion. Vince didn't even know who they were. That's true. Do you think Cody might come back earlier like what Cena did? Yeah, well, they've said 9 months. I heard that in order to recover from his injury, it takes 6 months. And WWE went on TV and said that it's going to take 9. So I think they have already set it up for him to return earlier than scheduled. Right, Bobby has made his way down. Obviously, it's going to be Bobby and Riddle in a tag team. Bobby and Riddle going to be taking on... going to be taking on Seth and Theory. We got about 23 minutes to go. This is seemingly our main event. How likely could Sammy be a special guest referee? Oh, I like that. That's good. Yeah, I think there's a good chance of that. He is an honorary Uce, but again, I think it is like Adam Pearce and WWE that are choosing. So I don't know. Does it make sense for them to pick the honorary Uce? I don't know. A longer main event tonight, says Jaden. It's Bray. I saw a Cena hat. Yeah, but Cena feuded with Edge. And the flannel shirt is a reference to the WrestleMania match that Edge and Mick Foley had. And, Randy Orton and Edge. I mean, it's it all points to Edge. They're just showing Liv at the Performance Center in NXT. And they've mixed it in with some Paws of Fury. Cena came back early because he is a freak. No disrespect to Cody, but I don't know if he's got the same healing power. Dark Angel said it's not Bray. There's no way WWE would keep it a secret. The dirt sheets would be all over it. It is Edge. Hayden said we're at commercial break. We are. The marks are saying that it is both Bray and Edge. Well, I mean, look, there's nothing in there that I've seen that says to me that it's Bray. Everything is pointing to Edge. I do think that if you want to look for things that are gonna connect it to Bray, I think you'll find them, because there's a lot of imagery in there, and I think that you can read into things and find connections. But I would be absolutely stunned. I mean, look, I'd be stunned if Bray came back full stop to WWE anytime soon. I said that earlier because of the breakdown in the relationship between him and Vince, and I'm not aware of that relationship improving. So you have to file it under unlikely. Most of the references have got to do with Bray. The Wyatt family has feuded with the Dudleys and the Hardys. The Fiend has mandible clawed Kurt Angle and Mick Foley. Yeah, but you're overlooking the biggest issue, which is the fact that less than a year ago he was fired. That's a big, big problem, isn't it? And all the clues point to Edge, who is been attacked by Finn recently and is away and is due to come back soon. So the big obvious thing is that it's Edge. And, you know, as I said, it's really unlikely that it's going to be anything other than that. It's just, this happens all the time where, like, people kind of get themselves worked up into thinking it's going to be something that it doesn't turn out to be, and then they get disappointed. And I'd much rather just be real with you guys in saying that everything's pointing to this being Edge. If it turns out to be Bray, then I will be stunned. And I will quite happily hold my hands up and say, didn't see that come in. But it looks like it's Edge. There's still that many people believe on-camera news than off-camera news, says Larry. Bray was in talks with WWE during WrestleMania. Where did you hear that, Byron? If it is Sami Zayn, could he snap and hit a haluva on one of the Usos? If it is Sami, could he snap and hit a haluva on one of the Usos? Well, he could. I mean, I don't know how that's going to play out now, actually. I don't know what the end game is with the whole Sami stuff anymore. I was really hoping he was going to get Money in the Bank, and it didn't go that way, so he could. But we'd need a reason for it, I think. Towards the end of the earlier promo, you can hear the beginning part of the Wyatt family theme. I think it's going to be both, says Ghostface. Mark says, defo not Bray. I, to be honest, would... I'll have to listen to it because I haven't heard that. But I would imagine that it's probably a sound effect that's been used. That's probably a similar sound effect. So it might not be the start of, like, the Wyatt family theme. It might be that it is, like, a similar sound effect. I'll tell you what I'll do is, once I've done the breakdown stream, I will rewatch that segment, and I will see if I can find anything in there. And if I can, and if it does have the Bray Wyatt theme in there, then I will say so in a video of, yes, it is the Bray Wyatt theme. Yes, there is a chance. But right now, sitting here, I don't think there is. Sonny said it's not Bray, it's going to just be Edge. Now that we're 99 sure that it's Edge, when would you bring him back? SummerSlam or the Raw after SummerSlam? Well, it depends what your match is for SummerSlam with Judgment Day, to be honest. I think I'd probably bring him back at SummerSlam. I think SummerSlam's going to need something pretty major. You're all wrong. It's Hornswoggle. Bray didn't have any involvement in Latino Heat and the Dudleys, says Leonardo. I think that's why a lot of people are saying it's both, because even though Edge has had involvement in all of them, people can make connections with Bray to some of them. And, you know, look, I understand it. There's people out there that desperately want him back. I totally understand it. And there's people that want to believe that he's coming back. And, you know, look, you're not going to change people's minds. If they really want him to come back and they believe this is him coming back, you're not going to change people's minds. So it's all you can do is just kind of, you know, interpret it into what you think it is. And my personal opinion is that I think that it is Edge. Could Bray and Edge come back as a tag team? That would be awesome. Well, I mean, they could do that. I mean, but Bray would want to have to do it, and Vince would want to have him back. If it would have been Bray, you would have seen a sheep's mask, a rocking chair, Hawaiian shirts, the hammer, maybe also some of the puppets. That is true. If this was leading to a Bray return, I think they could drop something in a bit more juicy. than what we've seen, because everything we've seen points to Edge and only points to Bray for a few of them. If you wanted this to be Bray, then there's some big Bray only items that you could put in there. I do agree with that. Did you have a good 4th of July? It was normal for me, mate. Brenton said, I agree with the earlier comment. If it was Bray, we would have heard by now. If CM Punk's return was leaked, Bray's would have been leaked. If it is Bray, I'll be very intrigued to see how they use him. If it is Bray, I will also be stunned that they kept it that quiet and that they were able to, kind of surprise everyone in that way. So we'll see. We'll see. Exactly. Were WWE and World Heavyweight Champions were around only, if you remember, every champion that held both belts until then created the current title for Brock. They could do that. Primo said, if it is Sammy, could he snap and hit a haluva? He could, but I don't know. I don't know the reason why. Would that be a face turn for Sammy? Is that what we would be doing? I feel like there's probably a bit more you can get out of him being an honorary use. I feel there's probably a bit more that you can milk out of that. The fact that it's all vague is done on purpose. WWE know what they're doing. They want you to talk about it and speculate, which is what we're doing. Dizzledog said, did someone just ask a British person how the 4th of July was? Yes. It is. It's obviously just the 4th over here is the same as the 5th is the same as the 3rd is the same as the 6th. It's we don't celebrate it. It's not like it's not a holiday. When did your home country become a country? The United States of America became a country on July 4th. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know when we celebrate. I don't think we really do. Our history is kind of messed up. We've had loads of different invasions that have kind of shaped who we are. So I mean, our history, there's not really a moment. We were kind of always had different settlements that have come in, and be it the Vikings, the Saxons, the Romans. Do you know what I mean? There's been loads of different invasions that have kind of formed who we are. So I don't know if there is an actual date. It's certainly not one that I'm aware of. It's certainly not one that's celebrated. No, we tend to celebrate St. George's Day, our patron saint, and that kind of serves the same kind of function. Right, we are underway with 12 minutes to go, and we are seeing Dolph Ziggler in a shirt. I don't know what this is. Dolph Ziggler coming out in a suit is very interesting. Very interesting. So, Riddle and Bobby against Seth and Theory. We did just see Seth getting hurled into a ring post, driven into a ring post by Bobby, and then music hit, and out came Dolph Ziggler in a suit. Dolph Ziggler in a suit, which is pretty interesting. That was weird. Sammy could find out it's been the Usos or Reigns that have led the great conspiracy against him. Darcy says, give Ziggler another push. I'd be down for them doing something with him now. I think him being in the Dirty Dogs is such a waste. So I am absolutely down for them trying something with him. So, yeah, hopefully. Hopefully that's exactly what we get tonight. Not, I don't know, maybe not the most gripping of shows. I can tell you that Bray Wyatt is trending. Just people saying they miss Bray. It's going to be Edge and Bray. Yeah, there's people hoping. We got a burnt Mick Foley jacket. We got an RKO 2006 t-shirt, a Cena cap. So, yeah, I'm just looking at the images now. Someone here says, guys, it's Bray because he uses the mandible claw. And he feuded with Orton and Cena. Oh my god, I'm shaking. Bray Wyatt fans, after seeing the Mystery Man... Oh, it's Austin. In the vignette, Bray Wyatt fans, when they realise it won't be Bray. Yep. Okay, well, he's still got a lot of support. And it is still going to be ones that people are going to talk about until WWE gets... until this is resolved. What was I looking for? I want to find a picture of Dolph in a suit. That's what I want to find. Dolph in a suit. We got another Mandy Rose commercial. Mandy Rose against Roxanne Perez for the NXT Women's Championship. I think that might be tomorrow. On NXT 2.0. Right. It's Edge, but who knows, says Erase Your Mind. Bray stands are nearly as bad as Alexa and Sasha stands, says James. I've said it before, I get it. I mean, you know, he means a lot to certain people, and they really desperately want him back. And I don't think that the product is as engaging to them as it was when he was around. So, I get it. Do you watch new wrestling podcasts? Kevin Nash was talking about Scott Hall. I've not seen that one, no. Brenton was talking about it earlier, though. What do you think of Asuka's run so far? She was off for 9 months. WWE put her back in her old spot as if she never left. She never gets enough for me. For me, she is the greatest female wrestler WWE have ever had. The best female wrestler they have ever had. I don't think Vince agrees with that. I think Vince sees her lack of English as being a real barrier. But for my money, she is the best. And I would have her winning at WrestleMania, main eventing at WrestleMania. I'd have her doing all of that stuff. And it's disappointing that she's not used in that manner. So, yeah, I mean, look, she's still a big star. But I wish she was bigger. I wish she was, you know, even more invested in. Right, we are back underway. Slammed down by Seth in the ring at the moment. We have got Seth and we have got Riddle. We've also got Dolph Ziggler just kind of chilling on the outside of the ring. Nice front face lock being applied by Seth. Seth going over to look for a suplex. Riddle lands on his feet. Nice Pele kick there by Riddle. Theory is in. Oh, he gets caught by Riddle. Theory is caught by Riddle. Middle of the ring. This is interesting. He is, Theory jumps back and, manages to survive. So, Theory getting, caught, planted. Do you think Asuka and Shayna being in their 40s is one of the reasons why WWE doesn't want to invest in them? I don't think so. I don't think that's too much of a barrier. I think if Asuka could speak English, I think that would be... I mean, she can, but it's broken. I think that that would be a big positive for her, and I think that would get her more opportunity. But I would imagine they probably look, or Vince looks at a lot of the kind of metrics, and... sad to say that maybe Asuka just doesn't kind of move those metrics as much as maybe some of the others. But for my money, actual in-ring ability, I say she's the best. I've no question about that. Bobby was looking for a pin and a win and couldn't quite find it. Theory's in. Forearm smash by Theory. Bobby picks Theory up, slams him down. Choke slam there by Bobby. As Seth grabs Bobby looking for a net breaker. Seth is going up top. In position. Big frog splash. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Big splash there by Seth. Dave Ziggler looks like a maximum male model. Do you think he should join that group? I think maybe you could put him in that group. I don't think I would, though. You could put him in because it would be a bit of experience. Marseille, Mansoir haven't really got much experience. So someone like Ziggler, I think, would be a big help on that front. But I don't know. I feel like you could do something really interesting with him here that's not maximum male models. We are on the outside of the ring. Spear by Bobby! Big spear! Bobby with a massive spear. Theory watching on. Theory has got Riddle. Rolling him up, using the ropes. Oh, Ziggler. Ziggler actually cost Theory there. Oh, RKO. 2, 3. And there we go. End of the match. Ziggler costs Theory. That feels like a potential face turn. Potential face turn by Ziggler. It's really interesting. Really interesting. So we're seeing Ziggler knocking Theory's feet off the ropes. Ends in an RKO. And Riddle gets the pin and the win. Bobby slaps Riddle. Riddle goes down. We're seeing Ziggler sat at ringside. Theory in the ring. This is quite interesting. Oh, super kick! Ziggler lays out Theory. Super kick by Ziggler. And Ziggler stands over Theory. It feels like these two might be on a collision course then. Dolph Ziggler standing over Theory. Boom. Right, I'm going to wrap up. We're going to be back in 5 minutes for our post-show. So jump over there. We will be starting that very, very soon. Big shout out to everyone that's joined us. As we said, we've got about a half-hour post-show that's coming up now. It's going to have full reaction and thoughts, everything to it. So join us over there. Appreciate the support. See you in a sec.